Discord, a special thank you. Hey, that's great to hear, Charlie. I'm really glad to hear that. KO, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's so awesome. I'm gonna start multi-streaming tomorrow, hopefully, inshallah. All crazy yesterday. Yeah, I know. It was a time. No, it's good to have like these bad faith debate tactics in your back pocket. But hey, what's up? How's it going, Valerie? Harris, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Appreciate you. Hey, how's it going, Kay? What's up, Harris? What happened yesterday? Oh, I was just like super sleep deprived and I was like bad faith blood sports debating everyone. No, I was just like, God, I was a real steamrolling Steve yesterday, but let's see. I do think that steamrolling people is probably good when your opponents are bad faith and refusing to answer. I thought yesterday was like a lot of fun though. But yeah, let's get the first guest on up here. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, and Quran, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey, how old are you?
25.
And what religion?
Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience? Petus, thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, so we talked before, I think last time we were talking about DNA, right? And,
Sure.
I told you how, DNA being basically coded information, right? It's the same type of mechanism that was used to develop telecommunications and things like that, right? Same kind of
No, not at all.
process.
No, that's not true at all. Because in telecommunications, we don't have all these this useless junk lying around like we do in our DNA. In telecommunications, we don't have like parasitic elements of the, I don't even know what it would be in comparison. Like we don't have if we go with the coding analogy, we don't have like these parasitic lines of code like we do with DNA. So these things aren't analogous at all.
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, but ultimately that's just not true, right? I forget the guy's exact name, but his name is like Claude something, right? He developed telecommunications through the same I forget.
Yeah, so what do you think my argument is, and how do you think that responds to it?
I don't need it, bitch!
Well, you're saying your argument is that there's useless DNA, right?
No, then there's additional element that there isn't like parasitic lines of code in coding, or there isn't like a parasitic equivalent like there is in our DNA. There's literally parasitic DNA that replicates itself and will remove functionality.
Yeah, I don't see why that's a problem, right? Because that DNA is not what's making up.
Why the fuck would God make it at all?
What do you mean? It serves a purpose. It serves a function, right?
Yeah. So what function does this parasitic? They're called mobile elements. Would you like to tell me what function mobile elements have? I mean, what they actually do is remove function. They'll go into your healthy, functional DNA, and they'll just plop themselves down, writing directly over it and causing it to become functionless.
So this is this like a disease you're talking about, or is
No, everyone has mobile elements in their DNA.
And you said they do what again exactly?
Yeah, so what they do is they replicate. You can think of it like a copy and a paste, or like a cut and a paste, where it will either remove itself and then copy itself elsewhere, or it will just make a copy of itself and then that copy will go elsewhere. Now, these don't do anything for you. It's completely useless. But what it does is remove functionality away from your actual useful DNA. So that seems kind of weird for God to make.
Yeah, give me 1 second. But yeah, ultimately, my answer is gonna be that there's really there's no such thing as useless doing DNA. Like it's an outdated concept.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, so why did could you explain on our second chromosome the two fused telomeres that don't do anything?
No, I can't explain that. Hold on, can you?
Because it's literally just going to be the exact same sequence over and over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Hold on, give me
So that seems pretty complex unnecessarily.
The phone's about to die.
Yeah, wait, but can I get like a substantive response? Like, you haven't addressed any of my points, haven't addressed mobile elements, haven't told me what their function is,
I'm sorry,
haven't
I'm
addressed
just
like
trying to
these vestigial
plug in my
telomeres.
I'm just trying to plug in my stuff because it's gonna die. Okay, so hold on 1 second.
Okay, well, how about you come back up when you have your stuff together? I'm not going to make the audience wait because you're not put together enough. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. And with that, we can go to the next guest. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, dropping a follow if you're enjoying the debates. And if you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. What's up, Jonah? How's it going?
Hey, and
How old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay, and what religion?
So, okay, I am guessing you might want to kick me, but I had a
Okay. Yeah, I'm only looking for debates, so only request to join if you're here to debate. What's up? How's it going?
Oh, yo, could you hear me?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And what religion?
Christian.
Yeah, so what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience? Go for it.
Well, they're not personal experiences, but I just think like you're kind of mad that, like about Christian stuff.
Yeah, I am mad that the God of the Bible says that it's okay to do slavery. That does make me upset, yeah.
Wait, like, are you also mad because like, God made like your genes and now you have a receding hairline?
Oh, I mean, that upsets me too, right? But that's a completely separate issue. So, do you think that God was right when he said that you can own people as property?
Nah, that's not right. I mean, I believe
Yeah, so you think God was wrong when he said
God in
that?
Jesus Christ, but I don't.
So, wait, but do you think God was wrong when he said that?
Yeah, a little. Yeah.
Gotcha, so then God's not perfect. So then you disagree with the Bible, because the Bible says that God is perfect, but then God's not perfect if he would have been better if he just didn't do that.
Yeah, I don't support that one, but the rest. Yeah.
Gotcha. So then you acknowledge that the Bible is not true.
Some of it may not be true.
Oh, gotcha. Perfect. So why would I believe any of it insofar as you're conceding that some of it isn't true?
Yeah, just some of it. Some of it may be true, some of it not. But like,
How do you know if a part of the Bible is true or not true?
I'm not really sure.
Gotcha. Yeah, you have no idea. So do you have anything actually substantive for me, or did you just come up here to get embarrassed?
No, I just came here to make fun of your hairline. That's to be honest.
Oh, that's fine. No, I make fun of it myself all the time. It's fucked. I know. I was born with a widow's peak. So, do you think that you're making do you think that you're making your position look good? Do you think whose hairline do you think Jesus would make fun of?
Shit, I don't know, bro. But damn, that hairline looks bad, bro. We gotta get that.
Yeah,
shit
I know it
fixed.
looks bad. Yeah, I'm well aware. Your debate performance looks bad.
I know. I don't give a fuck about that. I'm just saying. You're
Yeah,
just
that's
mad 'cause
fine.
your hairline's fucked
Well,
up.
I'm just gonna move on to the next guest then, because you clearly have nothing for me. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Wow, imagine coming up just to get torn in half. That's embarrassing. But if you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older and that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
Okay, I cannot hear you.
How old are you? Hello? Hello? Howdy?
Yes,
All right,
yeah, I can hear.
I'll move on to the next one. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian, both in my bio. What's up, Bigger? How's it going?
Hi,
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 22,
And what religion?
Christian,
Okay. When was your birth year?
August 16, 2002.
Okay, what's your strongest argument? Yeehaw! Thank you so much, Miss Jamie. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Before I answer that, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go for it.
I just wanted to know why you don't believe in God if you don't believe in God.
Oh, yeah, for your God, I don't believe in your God because he says that you can beat your kids.
Which God do you believe in?
I don't believe in any God, but I don't
Okay.
believe in your God. So I don't believe in any God for different reasons. So the reason why I don't believe in the Christian God is different for the reason that I don't believe in the Muslim God.
Because what they do to their women.
Oh, well, I don't know. I think that, so a key part of the Quran is that you need to be able to trust Muhammad, but Muhammad raped a 9-year-old, so I don't trust Muhammad, which means that I don't take their holy book as being like very serious. But the reason why I don't trust your holy book is because God's a moral monster.
Okay. I believe in God, but I feel like reading the Bible can be hard because there's so much other things being said that goes within the Bible. But the Bible was rewritten over time by the white man.
Yeah, that's
they-
cool. So why would I believe anything in the Bible? You're just discrediting it.
But I do believe in God. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
but why would I ever believe in the Bible?
It was rewritten over time and to suppress women, but
Yeah. More
There are
reasons to not
things-
believe it.
there are things that have been proven to happen.
Yeah, so these are all, you're just giving me reasons to not believe in it. So is there any reason to believe in it?
Because I experienced it.
Okay, but something that doesn't involve personal experience?
But I feel like believing in God is a whole personal experience because your relationship with God is personal.
Yeah, that's so nice. So if God wants to form a personal relationship with me, he's welcome to. But the fact of the matter is that until God reaches out to me, I can't form a personal relationship with him. So what I'm looking for now is debates, and your personal experience isn't debatable. I'm not here to do like story time. I'm here to have debates. So do you have an argument, or do I need to move on to the next guest?
Can I say one more thing?
As long as it's not a personal experience.
It's just, you said that until God comes to me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so God has made his presence hidden. I can't form a relationship with someone whose existence I don't know. I can't have a relationship with like a girl if I don't know that she exists. I can't have faith that my girlfriend exists. I need to actually know that the other party exists in order to form an interpersonal loving relationship like the one God wants with us, according to your religion. So until God makes his presence known, I can't form a relationship with him in the first place.
I feel like he just can't make his presence known. You have to want to get to know him. You want to. Well, I just recently just started going back to church again, but you don't have to go to church to have a relationship with God. You can pray, you can talk to him, and do other things.
Yeah, I've tried praying on the stream multiple times. Nothing ever happens. So that's not true. I've already reached out to God. I've already, if God knows me, if God knows everything, then he knows that I am open to a relationship with him if he does exist, and that all he needs to do is actually demonstrate that he exists. So, absent him like demonstrating his existence, there's no way I can form a relationship with him. I can't form a relationship with someone who I don't know exists.
How can God reach out to someone who's trying to disapprove God?
He could appear right now in front of me, say, "Hey, what's up? I'm God," and then he could fuck off back to heaven.
I don't know. I just feel like maybe if you try it in a different way, he will come to talk to you. But just like there's a God, there's a devil. And
I don't think that there is a devil.
Well, I believe in heaven. If you believe in heaven, you have to believe in hell. There's
Yeah,
no
I don't
thing
believe in
about
heaven
that.
either. So do you want to actually start grounding these things and things that I do believe in?
What do you think happens after you pass?
I don't think anyone knows, and I think anyone who claims that they know is just guessing. I could take a guess at what happens after we pass, but nobody knows what happens after we pass.
Okay.
You got anything else, or should I move on to the next guest?
I pray for you, and
All right, you
have
don't
a
need to
good
do
day.
that. It sounds like a waste of time. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Doing all that good stuff. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older, that you do believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you do have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you're enjoying the debates, make sure you're dropping that follow, sharing it with your friends, leaving those likes. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. And if you're 18 or older, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. What's up, Stan?
What's up?
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 37.
And what religion?
I'm a follower of Christ.
Gotcha. So what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay. I was calling to kind of talk about your comment where you said you don't believe. You said you don't believe in God.
That's not my comment. That's like the entire premise of the live. Yeah, I don't believe in God. Correct.
Okay. So what I wanted to ask is, you don't believe in God. So how does that make him not real?
Oh, he's not real because there's no contradiction, or there's a contradiction within his properties. That the God of the Bible specifically is a moral monster, but is claimed to be all just. So you would need to affirm that it was just when God said that you can own slaves. So do you affirm that it's just when God said that you can own slaves? Was that a good thing to do?
How could that be good or bad if he's not real?
Because that's what you believe. So in order to evaluate the worldview, we have to presuppose that it's correct and then see whether or not it's contradictory.
That's what I'm saying. But if he's not real, how does that even matter?
Because we're presupposing the worldview and then determining that God is a moral monster. I'm not sure. I'm confused about what you're confused about.
That's what I'm saying. If he's not real, then how can we oppose anything onto something that doesn't exist?
Because we can evaluate the properties as if he did exist and then realize that there's a contradiction within them. So a squared circle doesn't exist, but I mean, you could imagine that a squared circle would fit into a squared circle sized, like cutout in a wall. Despite the fact that it doesn't exist, you can still infer things about it.
So we're pretending that he exists?
Yeah, for the sake of recognizing the ways in which he doesn't exist, yes.
So you're willing to have faith that he could exist, or
I'm willing to play make-believe with you just to demonstrate his non-existence.
So you're saying that we are playing make-believe if we believe that he exists, but you don't believe he exists, but somehow he's a moral monster.
Yeah, if he did exist and the Bible were true, then he would be a moral monster, which is why we can infer that the Bible is not true.
Okay, so if he existed, like you're saying he exists or he doesn't exist, how would we hold him accountable for an earthly thing when he is not an earthly being?
It's not a question of holding him accountable. It's a question of evaluating whether he exists. All we need to do is presuppose that the Bible is true for a second. If the Bible is true, then God both commanded slavery and also everything that God did is just, which means that it would be just that God commanded slavery, which is an obvious absurdity because slavery is always unjust. Unless, of course, you think that when God said that slavery is okay, that actually was just. So are you of the opinion that when God said slavery is okay, that was a just thing for God to do?
What I'm saying is that morality...
It's a yes or no question.
No, it's not. You're trying to...
It is a yes or no question. Either yes, it was just, no, it was not just. It's a yes or no question.
What I'm saying is...
You're not going to give the yes or the no.
I'm trying to clarify something with you really quickly. You're holding a spiritual being that's not an earthly being to earthly standards of morality, and I don't think that is an educated way of speaking about a God.
Gotcha. If God raped a child, would that be morally just?
Has he done that?
I'm just asking you if he did do that. Well, first of all, yeah, he did. First of all, yes, he did. But second of all, if he did do it,
tell me where he did that?
Yeah, her name was Mary. She was 14.
So he raped that lady?
Yeah, sure did. Impregnated her, yeah.
Okay, yeah, in a physical, what is the definition of the physical act of grape?
Oh, I'm just talking about impregnation, that God impregnated her without her consent. So if God impregnates a child without their consent, is that a just thing to do?
Again, like I said, you're holding a God to the standards.
Just say yes. Just say yes. Say that yes, that is a just thing. Is God okay? I'm sorry. Well, because you want to be in obfuscating Oberon, we can just simplify this entire thing for you. So, do you think that everything God does is just, or do you reject the Bible?
You're holding an eternal
Do
God.
you think everything God does is just, or do you reject the Bible?
You're holding an eternal God.
Wait. I'm so sorry. I just need an answer to the question. Do you think that everything God does is just, or do you reject the Bible? Which one of these two things?
What do you think that an eternal...
Wait. Are you going to answer a single question, or did you just come up here to be a coward?
I came up here to show you manifest in front of everyone.
You're literally not answering a single question.
Spirits.
Wait. Are you interested in answering questions, or are you just going to be a dodging Daniel this entire
I'm
time?
not dodging anything. You're full
You've dodged every single question that I asked you. Every single one.
You're full of
Every single question.
And you're going.
I'm gonna keep on asking you until you give me the example, or until you make your decision. Do you reject the Bible? Do you reject the Bible? Do you reject the Bible, or do you hold that everything God does is just? Which one?
The Bible is the word of God.
So, what was my question, and how do you think that answers it?
The Bible is the word of God.
What was my question, and how does that answer it?
The Bible is the word of God.
What was my question, and how does that answer it?
Are full of demonic spirits.
What was my did you really just come up here to get torn in half? Like, do you think anyone thinks you look good just dodging questions? Damn, you must be like a Dance Revolution master the way you're fucking slipping and sliding around all these questions. You haven't answered. Wait, can you even name a single question that you actually answered?
You're holding God to human.
Can you name a single question in this entire conversation that you actually answered?
I don't cast my pearls before swine.
Yeah, you don't answer questions. Yeah, we know. Everyone can tell you. If you don't cast your pearls before swine, then what are you doing here?
I'm wasting your time from converting.
So you acknowledge that you're getting torn in half right now, and the only excuse that you have is I'm just trolling. It's just a troll. I'm just trolling. Everyone knows that you're not trolling. Nobody believes you when you say that you're just fucking trolling.
I'm still wasting your time, Legion.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll just move on to the next one. But I don't appreciate you coming up because you're a dumb fuck. But let's move on to the next one. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Jeremy?
How's it going?
Do you want to get closer to the microphone?
Yeah, how's it going?
Going pretty well. How old are you?
I'm 54.
And what religion?
I'm Baptist.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, that's kind of hard to do when God is basically a relationship between you and him. It's a personal experience.
Well, I'm only looking for debates, so I'm probably just going to move on to the next guest. If you don't have an argument, don't request to join. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Maddie?
Good. Okay, wait, you can speak.
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 18.
And what year were you born?
2006.
Okay, what's your, and what religion are you?
Baptist Christian.
Okay, gotcha. And what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, really, I didn't come up here to argue about God. I just came to say that, like, when people come up here, I feel like you should let them speak a little bit more instead of, like, muting them.
Oh, I'm just not really interested. Wait. I'm just not too interested in your, like, debate feedback insofar as you're, like, unwilling to even participate in a debate in the first place. Like, why would I ever take debate advice from you?
No, because it's not even, you're not letting people have a chance to speak about their...
Wait, do you think can you name a single question that the last guest answered? Even one single question?
Bro, you literally look like Chicken Little.
Oh, damn. Wait. Okay, got him. Yona, thank you so much. Appreciate it. This is, by the way, this is the intellectual rigor that Christians are at. But make sure you double tap it on that screen. And remember, gang, the sky is falling. What's up? How's it going, Mrs.
Bartman. I just wanted to take 2 seconds because I know you're here for debates, but I wanted to respond to the whole Mary thing. I used to be a Baptist until I questioned my entire life why I was given at 6 months old to predators. And with all due respect, if God didn't, with all due respect, rape Mary, we'll call it, and I'm sorry, grape, like it just
I'm not really sure. That sounds like deeply personal, and I'm not really looking for like personal stuff. So only come up if you're really looking for debates. If you have an argument for the existence of God. What's up? How's it going?
Hi, how are you?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 34.
Okay. And what religion are you?
I'm a Christian.
What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
I really think it's everything around us.
Gotcha. So I look at everything around us. I see earthquakes and hurricanes and cancer. So why would God make any of these things?
Because most of the earth won't acknowledge the king of the earth as the king.
Mm-hmm. And how does giving kids cancer help people acknowledge the king of the earth as the king? Why would Christians get cancer if they already acknowledge the king of the earth as the king? How does that make any sense?
Cancer? Who gave the kids cancer?
So the way we get cancer is just because that's the way our genome is set up, because our cells divide and they need to replicate 3 billion nucleotide pairs, which inevitably forms cancer. So God designed our anatomy. So I'm just curious why God would design it so badly.
Well, bad things happen as a result of sin, as a result of people not listening to the creator.
Gotcha. So why do animals get cancer?
I don't know. I don't even know that
Gotcha.
animals get cancer.
Oh, they do. You can just look this up. It's an easily Googleable fact. Animals do, in fact, get cancer because they have the same cellular anatomy as us. So we have like two competing hypotheses. Yours, wherein God gives cancer to creatures because they sin, because they don't listen to him, and which you're not able to explain even for a microsecond why animals get cancer. And my hypothesis that explains literally all of the data.
But God never gave us cancer, though. I don't know where you got that from.
Wait, so then why did dinosaurs have cancer?
Dinosaurs?
Yeah.
How do you know that dinosaurs
Because
had
we have
cancer?
dinosaur bones that have cancer on them.
So you believe that that is really cancer on them?
Yes, I do believe the expert scientists when they say that the cancer on the dinosaur bones is in fact bone cancer. Yeah, I do believe it. Yes.
Did you see it yourself? You were not there, and you didn't examine it yourself.
Wait, I'm sorry.
just
Do you
heard-
do you read Hebrew?
You just heard what they
Yeah,
said.
I'm
You
so
didn't
sorry. I'm
hear-
so sorry. But do you speak Hebrew?
No, I don't.
And do you speak Greek?
I don't speak Greek.
Gotcha. So you
I
just
would have
trust
to.
what the people tell you about your holy books.
No, it's not just about that. Also, everything around me, and also what you don't want me to refer to, the personal experience.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that, but
It proves. Yeah, you're not interested in that because it proves the truth.
no, it's because literally every single religion has personal experiences. I'm not too interested in people's individual trauma dumps. Also, the area of the brain that's
So do you
associated
really-
with spiritual
so are you one of
experiences
those
is
that
literally
believe in
the
the Big
area of the
Bang?
brain that processes hallucinations and imaginary friends.
So are you one of those that believe in the Big Bang?
I do, yeah. The evidence for the Big Bang, unfortunately, is overwhelming. Are you one of the people who believes
Okay,
that God said
okay.
abracadabra and then everything appeared?
Okay. Do you know when I was little, there were scientists that said they're going to prove the Big Bang? It was all over the newspapers when I was in primary school.
Yeah.
And I'm 34 now, and I'm still waiting for the mini
Yeah, gotcha.
Big
So are
Bang.
you interested in the evidence that the Big Bang happened?
Yeah, but they said they're going to make a small one to prove that it happened.
Oh wait,
More than
and I'm
20
so sorry.
years
Who said that they were going to do this?
Scientists said
Wait,
they're going to do
which
this.
I'm so sorry, and I'm so sorry. Which ones? Because that sounds like made up nonsense to
Google
me.
Mini Big Bang. Google Mini Big Bang.
Wait. So I'm just curious because you're making the claim. Can you tell me what scientists, or did you just make it up?
Now on Google. No,
Did you wait? Can you just Google it yourself and then give me the answer? I'm not going to do your job for you. Wait. How about you just Google and tell me which scientist? I'm not interested in doing your job for you.
But I'm still waiting for the mini Big Bang.
So I don't think anyone said this, first of all. I'm not sure which reputable scientist said this. I'm not sure what the motivation of creating like a Big Bang, like a rapid expansion of the universe would be. I have no idea how they would even go about doing this in the first. There's just a million problems with it that makes me feel like this is complete nonsense. So would you like to tell me which scientists said that they would do this like 30 years ago, or what's going to be the deal? If you're off the app, I can't hear you. Addie, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hello? What are you saying? If I'm off the app, you can't hear me. Then you Google it. Just say mini Big Bang on Google and you'll see.
Wait, are you referring to the Large Hadron Collider?
They said they're going to make a mini Big Bang to prove that it happened. More than 20 years later, we are still waiting.
Yeah, wait. Are you you've said, so who said this? Who said this thing? Because there's not a president of science. This isn't, I think you have a very shallow understanding of science as a field. I'm not sure which scientists claimed this. In fact, I'd be very skeptical that any of them did.
The same scientists that you were referring to, they said that. So
I'm so sorry. Which scientists am I referring to?
Don't scientists make experiments and to prove?
So yes, wait. So yeah, but I'm just curious which scientists espouse the nonsense theory. Are you interested in the Are you interested in the evidence for the Big Bang?
The mini Big Bang.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Are you interested in the evidence that the Big Bang happened?
No, I'm not interested because
you're not interested in the evidence because you know that your theory holds up to zero scrutiny and that you're not going to be able to contend with any of the evidence because you've never looked into it. Wait, so why would I want to continue a debate with someone who's not even interested in the evidence of the matter?
You're not even interested yourself because I said
yeah. Wait, so no, go for it. What's the evidence that God said abracadabra and then created everything? What's the evidence for that?
God never said abracadabra.
Yeah. So did God use magic?
Do you believe that witchcraft works?
I already asked you a question. No, I don't think witchcraft works, but do you think God used magic?
Actually, it does actually work.
Oh, then you're going to hell because that's sin.
Do you believe in if you are negative?
I don't believe in witchcraft because there's no evidence that witchcraft works.
In energy attracting another energy.
I don't think you know what the word energy means.
But do you believe in energies attracting other energies?
In like a magnetism sense? I guess. Yeah, not in like a spiritual sense. And in fact, wait, Iris, I couldn't give less of a fuck about this. Do you have evidence that God is real or not?
But God created science. Science didn't create itself.
Oh God, wait, so your argument essentially is just that God is real because God is real and he created science, is that correct?
Well, science didn't create itself.
Wait, yes or no? Is that your argument that God is real because God is real and he created science?
God, yes, and science.
Gotcha. Can you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
I don't. What is that? First of all,
it's a power strip
to charge your phone.
Not necessarily. Can you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
Does it charge your phone, or what does it do?
Can you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
How can I tell you why it's not working when I don't even know what it does?
If you don't recognize this, I'm not sure how you're recognizing the creator of the universe. I'll probably just move on to the next guest. Let's go. There's a couple of donations. Michael, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Michael. Hail, 666, and a big hail, Satan. And Daniel, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Daniel. Hail, 666, and a big hail, Satan. I appreciate it. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's get a big W for Daniel and for Michael in that comment section. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. And with that, we can go to the very next guest. Make sure you're dropping that follow, double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to join the community, link to the Discord's in my bio. I'd love to see you there. OM, thank you so much. What's up, Muzi? How's it going?
Shabed, you, my man.
Hey, can you speak up a bit?
I'm good, and you?
Good. How old are you?
38.
And what religion?
I don't do religion yet.
All right, I'm only looking
Now-
to discuss with people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If that's not you, sounds good, but I'm only looking to discuss with people who believe in the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Damn, will we get someone? Let's find out. But keep on sharing it with your friends, doing all that good stuff, dropping that follow. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. It's discord.gg/allegedlyian. Only join if you are interested, and don't join any other circumstance. Don't join if you're not interested, and don't join if you're a minor.
Hello.
How old are you?
I don't think it matters.
It very much does matter, unfortunately. So on to the next one. Ooh, for this guest, I have a really special question. Hey, Q-Top, why were you spamming W on Moshi last night after Moshi said that the age of consent should be 16?
Wait, bro, wait 1 second. Why are you bringing that up? I wasn't even.
Well, because I'm just curious why you think the age of consent should be 16.
W Moshi for that. I was.
Wait, but your W Moshi came right after he said that, so I'm just a little bit confused. Why were you supporting someone who thinks that the age of consent should be 16?
Look, 1 second. What I'm saying is I wasn't saying W Moshi for that. Now, if you talk about age of consent,
well, wait,
really,
because you said it right after he said that, though. So were you just not listening?
Okay, and look, it doesn't necessarily, like you're hopefully like a somewhat logical person.
Wait, you're like stumbling over yourself. You can't even express your justification. Why do you think the age of consent should be 16? Or why do you support people who think that the age of consent should be 16?
I know you're mad that Moshi like kind of cooked you up.
Wait, and I know you're into children, but I just need your justification for why you think it's ethical for the age of consent to be 16.
I wasn't even saying. Look, I'm not even saying I disagree.
You said it immediately after, so I'm just curious. Why do you think the age of consent should be 16?
I'm not even saying that I disagree with Moshi, but I didn't say W Moshi.
You don't disagree that the age of consent should be 16? You don't disagree?
Wait, you said what? That I disagree the age of consent should be 16?
Yeah.
The age of consent. So look, there is no objective. I'm not going to get into this, but like, there's
wait, you won't stake your position on the age of consent?
All right, I'm not taught, bro. Ian, look, I'm not going to go into like your little trap, right?
Oh my god, wait, you're literally into kids, dude. That's crazy. You support someone who thinks that the age of consent is 16, and you literally said just now that you don't necessarily disagree that the age of consent should be 16.
Bro, and you don't understand. I wasn't even coming up here to the bro. Like I genuinely came up here, bro, to laugh at why you put out that power strip, bro. And you just genuinely
I'm just curious why you would support someone who thinks that the age of consent should be 16.
Bro, Moshi kind of ate you up.
Wait, and so I'm just. Do you think Moshi? And I'm curious. Do you think Moshi was eating? Do you think Moshi was eating when he said that the age of consent should be 16? Do you think Moshi ate with that one?
Okay, what do you think the age of consent should be?
I think 18 is the perfect age for it. Unlike you, moving on to the next one. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. You heard it here first, folks. Q-Top said that he doesn't think that there should be an age of consent. He doesn't believe in a specific age of consent. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Dropping that follow as well if you never want to miss a single debate in the future. And with that, we'll move on to the very next guest. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are. I think I already gave it. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Chev?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
29.
And what religion are you?
Well, I don't really associate with a specific religion.
Thank you so much. I'm only looking to debate people who do associate with a specific religion, so only request to join if you are 18 or older, and you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Oh wait, I already fucking kicked you. Yeah, listen, buddy. If you're a child and then you come back into my guest request box, you're just getting blocked. Because I'm not interested in debating children, unlike some people I know. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
What's up? What's good?
How old are you?
I'm 18. Is that okay?
What year were you born?
06. 2006.
What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, so the fine-tuning of the universe, like the laws of nature, gravity, and speed of light, you know?
Yeah. So what's the probability that these would be anything different than what they are?
Like, those things are so precise, right? It's
Yeah,
like
but what's
so
the
precisely tuned.
what's
Yeah,
the
you go
probability
first.
that they would be anything different than what they are?
Like it's extremely small, right? So it's like
Yeah,
extremely
can you
fine-tuning and it's
demonstrate that
more.
it's extremely small?
What do you mean by that, though?
Yeah, so nobody knows. So you're making a claim about probability that it is unlikely that they would be these exact ones, which means you're saying it's highly likely that they would be different. The problem is nobody knows what the probability is that they would be anything other than what they are, which means that we can't make the claim that it's unlikely that they are what they are because we have no idea what the probability is that they would be different, as is demonstrated by the fact that you can't even tell me what the probability that they would be different is. Nobody knows.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see. But how can the precise conditions necessary for the life exist without some intelligent like designer or something like that?
Oh, I mean, that could just be like a brute fact that this is just the laws of the universe. You could hold to like a dualism, just that life could form under basically any constants, but it would just take a different form each time. In fact, in your worldview, you literally think that God would, God could give life, that God could give a mind to literally any configuration of the universe, that the world could just be an array of atoms, and that God could give minds to each of the atoms. So why would God choose this configuration over any other configuration?
Oh, wait. I'm kind of lost. Can you like repeat it again? So I
Yeah,
get it
so
all.
because God is an immaterial mind, you think that minds don't necessarily depend on brains, which means God could have given a mind to literally just a bunch of atoms. So why did God pick this configuration where we are like people who get cancer over like a world where we're just atoms with minds?
Okay, so like if God don't exist, right? Where do our objective moral values come from? That's what,
Wait, are we pivoting away from fine tuning?
Is it no? Because you're saying points, right? I don't need to stuck on like that point. Or do I
Gotcha.
need to
Yeah,
stay on that
you want to pivot to a different thing. I'll accept your surrender on the fine tuning argument. I'm just of the opinion that all morality is subjective, especially yours. Given that all your morality is going to come back to God, the subject. So, do you think that the things that God says are good, are they good because God says that they're good, or does God say that they're good because they are good? Which one happens first?
Wait, let me think. Okay, let me think about it. Wait, so what are you trying to say? I still don't get it.
Yeah,
It's
that
like,
objective morality is impossible under your worldview as well. So does the things that are good in your worldview, are they good because God likes them, or does God like them because they're good?
for me, right? I don't. There's like no known law, nature law that requires the universe to like have a particular set of life. You know?
I thought we were talking about objective morality. You're all over the place. You already got
No, 'cause
folded on that one. You already moved on to the next argument.
Move on to what argument? Can you like?
Because so the order of the conversation so far is you brought up fine tuning, then you pivoted to
Yeah.
how can you have objective morals under atheism. So you conceded the fine tuning argument. I asked you one basic question about your moral system, and now you're back to you want to talk about fine tuning. All right, well, I appreciate you coming on up. I'm just going to move on to the next guest, someone who can track, hopefully. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, doing all the rest of that good stuff, dropping that follow. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. What's up? How's it going?
Oh, hello.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
In what religion?
Christian.
And what year were you born?
June 5th, 2006.
Okay, gotcha. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
So my personal argument, it's something common, obviously. Like when you look outside, you see grass, plants, the sky, and all that. And I'm like, no human could possibly make something like that. So I believe that there's definitely a God.
Yeah, so when I look outside, I see like a fucking hurricane. So why would God make weather in such a way that included hurricanes?
Why would God make such? That's a great question. Well, to answer that question, so you know how hurricanes are developed, right? Like the warm, cold water and the temperature and everything. Yeah. And in my personal opinion, I feel like, God made stuff like that, but he can't physically control that. Like how God makes you, and it says like he knows what you're going to do in your life and your whole personal experience.
Is God all powerful?
Is God all powerful? To answer that question, yes, he is.
Does God have the power to stop hurricanes?
No. Well, we don't know that as the answer right now because
gotcha
proven to us.
Okay, gotcha. Wait, so we have so let's consider. So this is the circle of all the powers that exist. So we got all the powers that exist. Do you agree that in all the powers that exist, this is going to include the power to stop hurricanes? Do you agree?
Oh wait, repeat that again. I'm sorry.
So this is a circle that represents all powers that exist. Yeah. Do you agree that in all powers that exist is the power to stop hurricanes? Do you agree with that?
Sort of. Not really.
What do you mean sort of? Is stopping hurricanes a power? Is the power to stop hurricanes a power?
No, it's not. It just keeps going until it stops itself.
Does God have the power to like teleport a hurricane out of existence?
We don't know.
Is teleporting a hurricane out of existence a power?
Again, we don't know that. That's not what you're getting.
All right. Are you just trolling? What are you doing? Do you think saying like we don't know, you're not sure if the power to stop a hurricane is a power?
No.
You have no idea if the power to stop a hurricane is a power.
You wonder what I'm truly here for?
Yeah, you're here to troll and fuck around. Moving on to the next one. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't have that, I'm not talking to you. If you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older, but we talk about politics, religion, and philosophy. We just have a great time there 24/7 constantly. What's up? How's it going, Naspa?
What's up, man?
Hey, how's it going? How old are you?
All good. What about you?
Doing well. But how old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
And what religion?
Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Okay, I'm just gonna ask you a question. Where do you think you're gonna go when you die?
I don't think anyone knows. I can take a guess if you want, but I'm just not really sure why anyone would want to take a guess when instead you can just accept the things that you know and accept that there are things that you don't know. Nobody knows. The people who claim to know are just guessing.
That's not true, actually.
Gotcha. So who knows where we go when we die?
I know.
Gotcha. And how do you know? Oh, he ran away. Gotcha. Yeah, running away probably is a lot easier than defending your Bible, a book that says that owning slaves is okay. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Atheism, thank you so much for the subscription. Welcome to the community. Appreciate you. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing with your friends, doing all that good stuff. Heather, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Heather. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. Also, Michael, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Michael. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. Appreciate that, Michael. What's up, Manchester?
Hello.
You're not 18 or older. You got to be 18 or older. If you're not 18 or older, don't request to join. It's just that simple. Otherwise, it's just going to be sad because I'll kick you and you'll waste everyone's time. What's up? How's it going?
Yo, what up, man?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 23. I've been watching.
And what religion are you?
All right, that's the thing. I'm no religion, but I do believe there is a God. I believe that religion fucks up the ideology of what God is. And
gotcha. Do you believe in Jesus?
No, hell, nah. See, I don't believe that.
Gotcha. I'm only looking to debate people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If you just make up your own God, I'm not too interested. So only request to join if you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. If you don't believe in the Bible, Torah, or Quran, not interested in talking to you. What's up, Garrett? How's it going? Garrett, are you there? Garrett, are you there? Hey, what's up? How's it going?
Yo.
How old are you?
20.
No, you're not. That's cap. Moving on to the next one. Share it with your friends. Do all that good stuff. Sorry it's taking so long. Jeez Louise. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Dino? It's a lot of background noise. What's up, King Tiger?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 37.
Okay, what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
And what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
The fact that there's a star called Methuselah, I believe. It's 800 million years older than the universe.
Oh, and what's the evidence
How
for
is
that?
How would that be possible?
Oh, yeah, wait, so what's the evidence for that?
It's a star. You can Google it. It's called
Oh,
Methuselah.
yeah, gotcha. But what's the evidence that it's that age? Go for it.
Well, that's the age that scientists have.
Which scientists say that?
Most scientists. You can look it up on the internet, man. It's on
Gotcha.
Google.
Wait, can you even name one scientist
no
who says this? Can you wait? I'm so sorry. Can you name one scientist who says this, or are you just making it up?
I Googled
Is this
it.
something you
Google
heard
it
in
right
like
now.
Bible
It's called
study one day?
Methuselah. It's
Yeah,
800
I
million
understand your
years
claim.
older
I'm
than the
asking, can you
universe.
name one scientist who claims this?
Well, I can Google it if you want me to.
Yeah, so it sounds like you have no idea, but let's Google it together. Methuselah.
That would be scientifically impossible, right? Since the
Methuselah
universe is only
star?
13 billion years old, and that's a little over 14 billion. So
This is metal poor subgiant about 200 light years away. Major significance is the main it's early poison. Blah blah blah. It's rare to know a star's luminosity, surface temperature, and composition precisely enough to get a well-constrained value for its age. Because used due to the uncertainty, this age of star would probably conflict with the age of the universe as determined by the 2018 results of the. However, recent models suggest the revisions of the star age to be 13.7, so it is within the range of the universe.
where did you read that at?
So this is going to come to you from. I'll get you the study. The study's title is Benchmark Stars for Gaia Fundamental Properties of the Population 2-Star HD 140283 from Interferometric Spectroscope and Photometric Data. And then there's another one that finds it to be 12 billion years old. So either way, not older than the 13 billion years, 13.7 billion years of the universe.
Oh, well, I want to ask you something else then. Okay.
Gotcha.
You
Yeah,
say
you
God-
probably would want to pivot away from that. Yeah, go for it.
Well, I'm not pivoting away from it. I mean,
Yeah, you just want to talk about it, a separate issue. Yeah, go for it.
I'm not changing no issues. I'm still talking about
Yeah,
the same
so we're
thing.
still talking about Methuselah?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, sure. Yeah, so what more do you have to add about Methuselah?
Whatever you read, I don't know, man, because I read differently.
Yeah, so they just did
I even
revised studies
researched
and they
it.
found it to be within the range.
Studies. Isn't science best guess?
You think studies are just where they type up a paper and say,
I'm just
we
saying,
think this?
Isn't that all science is best guess?
Wait, you think scientists are just, I think this is the case?
Well, they said a black hole's real. Do you think they studied one?
Yeah, we literally have pictures of black holes.
Pictures.
Yeah.
We have pictures of Jesus.
Proof? You think we have pictures of Jesus? When do you think the picture was invented?
Oh, we have pictures.
Yeah, I'd love to
They
see
took
them.
They took a 3D scan of
When do you,
his robe
when
that
do
he
you
was
think-
wearing, that he was buried in, and they actually got a 3D picture of his face. So
When
yeah,
do you
we
think
actually
pictures
do have
were
pictures of
invented?
Jesus.
When do you think pictures were invented?
A picture can be anything. A picture can be a painting of a picture.
So I'm not talking. We don't have paintings of black holes. We have pictures of black holes.
Okay, yeah, and we have an actual picture of Jesus too. They took it off the computer.
Oh, gotcha. So we have like
3D
computer
scanned
generated
the
images of
blood prints
Jesus.
that
Sure.
were on his robe. I'm not sure the name of it.
Yeah. Are you
It was
aware
on his
that are you aware that the Shroud of Turin has been dated only back to 1300 AD?
Oh yeah, is that true?
Yeah, it's a forgery.
know it all, don't
It's
you?
famously a forgery. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
You just make up your own.
I can give you a study if you're interested.
Yeah, I'd like to see it because everybody else on Earth believes it was his.
Yeah, so it was done by 4 different teams of scientists, and they sampled 4 different sections of it, and they all found it to be around 1300, from around 1300 AD. So,
1300 AD.
yeah, this is investigating a dated piece of the Shroud of Turin by Freer Waters and Joel. They find it to be 1300 AD. So what do you make of the fact that it's a 1300 AD forgery?
Oh, I never heard of that. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's a fun fact for you. So now you learned fun facts about Methuselah, the star, which is within the age of the universe, and you learned fun facts about the Shroud of Turin, the forgery, which is all easily explainable. So I got a question for you. Do you think slavery is always wrong?
Slavery is always wrong.
Yeah. Do you think God was wrong when he said that you can own slaves in Leviticus?
Times were different back then, man. Things are
Yeah,
different back
but
then. You
do you
can't
think
judge
God-
somebody.
but I thought it was
for
always
something
wrong.
What
Wait.
they said 2,000 years ago.
I thought it
versus
was always
2024.
wrong. Didn't you say that it was always wrong?
Well, a lot of things they did in the past were wrong.
Yeah, gotcha. So God was God wrong
They had
when he said
different
that?
beliefs. Things were
Was
different
God
back then. They
was
didn't have
God
TikTok.
wrong when he said that?
Well, now, yeah. Back then,
Yeah, wait, but back then, when God said that, was God wrong?
I don't know. I wasn't there to judge him. I wasn't there.
So,
I
but
don't know
you
what the
think that you're so?
circumstances was.
Can a perfect God be wrong?
Perfect God cannot be wrong.
Gotcha. So then God was right. If he can't be wrong, then he was right when he
So
said
was
that you could
God
own
who said
people as
that, or
farming
was that
equipment.
Jesus? Because there's 3: Father, Son, and the Holy
Is
Spirit.
Jesus God?
I believe they're all 3 one and one. 3 separate
Is-
people.
is
and
Jesus
one
God?
person. Yes.
Gotcha. So then, you can do the Father, the Son, or the Holy Spirit. Commanded that it's or said that it's okay to own slaves. And if God can't be wrong, then he was right. So, do you think that Jesus, that the Father, the Son, or the Holy Spirit was right when they said that it's okay to own slaves? Do you think that that was fine?
You bring things like this up, what, to discredit Jesus and
That's a yes no question. Can I just
put
get the
it
yes or the
down,
no?
random stuff
was it,
like this,
Was
but
it
you don't
right or
bring
was
up the
it
good
fucked
things.
up? Was it right or was it wrong?
Well, yeah, it's wrong.
Gotcha.
Of
So
course
then
it
God was wrong.
Now, 2024. Yes,
Oh,
it's wrong.
wait. So would you, if I took you in a time machine back then, would you own a slave?
I don't know what I would do back then because that was 2,000 years ago. Things
Yeah,
were
would it
different.
have
Beliefs
been
were different.
would it have been
Laws were
okay to
different.
own a slave if I took you in a time machine back 2,000 years ago? Would that be fine?
You went back 10,000 years, would things be different in Egyptian times?
Yeah, it would be different, but guess what I wouldn't do? Own a slave.
Of course it was wrong to own a slave.
Yeah, then why? So if it's wrong, if slavery is wrong, then why did God say it's okay?
I have no idea God ever said it was okay to own a slave.
Do you want to hear the verse? It's Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. In Exodus,
hear
he
it.
also says that you can beat your slaves if you're interested in that one too.
Oh, does he? Well, let's hear how he says it then.
Yeah. Let's hear. As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with rigor, I think, with harshness. That's the word. And then
What book was
Exodus, you can beat your slaves. Verse. That's 21, 20 through 21. So go in there now. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. So do you think it's morally just to beat slaves with rods? Do you think it's morally just to make laws that say that you can beat slaves with rods? Do you think that's good? Would an all good God say that you can own people as farming equipment and beat them with a rod?
First off, what book was that? Exodus?
Yeah, it's Exodus is the beating verse, and then Leviticus is the you can own them verse.
And if I understand correctly, wasn't the Bible written by prophets?
So these, if you think, unless you think
Couldn't
the
they have
Bible
written anything
contains
they wanted in
lies.
there?
Wait, I'm sorry. Do you think the Bible contains lies?
Do I? I mean,
Do you
it
think
might.
the Bible
It
contains
might.
lies? No.
It might. There's no way of me
Oh, it
actually
might.
fact
If
checking
the Bible might contain lies, then why the fuck would I believe in it?
It's not about what lies or whatever you might find in the Bible. It's about believing in Jesus and God.
Gotcha. It's about believing in it in the face of the evidence, in the face of the fact that you think it contains lies. You believe in a book that you think might contain lies.
You obviously think there's some kind of God up there because you wouldn't be here trying to prove everybody else wrong.
Yeah, unfortunately, the people around me do believe in God. It's just an unfortunate consequence of living in this society. So as soon as people stop believing in God, then I'm going to stop hosting the lives because it no longer affects me.
Well, you got a lot of people to try and convince, buddy.
Yeah, I do. And unfortunately, they're just digging their head in the sand, hoping that the verses go away. They're not going to go away. Your God thinks slavery is cool.
But isn't that their personal beliefs or whatever they want to believe? Can't they believe
whether or not slavery is cool?
No, whether or not slavery is not cool, bro. Like, quit trying to throw that out.
Then why would God say that slavery is cool?
I don't know the whole stipulations and everything about that, bro.
Then why would God say slavery is cool? Do you know the context for Leviticus?
I have no idea what he was. If he said that, okay, since the Bible was written by prophets, right, and not God himself, he didn't know hand the Bible down from heaven, bro. It was written by prophets.
No. Oh, you don't even know your own book. So let me teach you a lesson about your own religion.
I don't have my own
so
book.
the laws that are given in Exodus come directly from the mouth of God, and the laws that are given in Leviticus come directly from the mouth of God.
Oh, okay. Cool.
That is cool. So does the Bible lie about what God
straight
says?
Up what, science, right? Everything. If you can't prove
Wait, yeah,
it,
you probably would
if
want to
you
pivot
can't
away from the
prove it,
conversation
it
about the
don't
Bible.
exist,
It's not
right?
going well for you.
Is that what you're saying? You're a science kind of guy, right? If
Yeah, you
can't
do wanna
prove it,
pivot
It don't
away.
exist, right?
What doesn't exist?
I said you believe in science, all that, everything like that. It's understandable.
I
If it
believe
don't
in the scientific
exist,
method, yeah.
And if you can't prove it, it don't exist, right?
Well, yeah, and then if you can prove it, then it was just a lie made up by men.
Oh, well, I want to. God and Jesus give us faith, right? For us to have faith, we couldn't have enough proof to know He's alive, or there wouldn't be no such thing as faith.
Does God give you? Do you have the faith that God was cooking when He said that it's okay to own people as property?
I have no idea why anybody would say that, but I'm
God
sure He
said
didn't
it. Why
mean
would
it like
God
that.
say it?
I'm sure that was probably a misunderstood,
So
that
it
was
says multiple
misunderstood in some
times.
way.
The word slave appears over and over and over again, and it's very clearly talking about slaves in the way that it says that you can own them as a possession, that you can pass them down to your kids as property.
So it was referenced
People as
one time
property
in
are
Exodus,
slaves.
and now God is a slave owner, right?
God
Because
is a slave
because-
endorser.
Because some prophet wrote down in the Bible something about
It's
slavery.
God's
now God
words.
himself is a slave owner, right?
Wait, so do you think Leviticus and Exodus are just full of lies?
Well, who knows? They're prophets, man.
Do you think that? Wait, do your prophets lie?
We take what
Do
they
your
say
prophets
at face
lie?
value. All we have is the Bible and what they wrote.
Do your
That's the only
prophets
thing
lie?
we have.
Do your prophets lie?
I don't know if they lie. Do your
You
scientists
don't
lie?
know if your prophets lie?
Do your scientists lie?
Oh, that's the cool thing about the scientists is because there's so many of them. The way the scientific method works is that even if one or two scientists do lie, you can weed out that data really easily by just running the experiment over and over and over again. That's why in every science paper there's a section titled methodology that allows you to do the experiment over again to verify whether or not the
Well,
scientists are lying. That's
I
the
guess
neat
I
thing
guess
about
that
science.
stinks for me because I can't go back 2,000 years and see if he was lying or not.
Yeah, that's why science is a lot more reliable than a book that claims that unicorns are real and that the Earth is flat and that the sun is younger than the
real,
Earth.
bro, what? They never say unicorns are real in the Bible.
They do. They do. There's literally a verse.
Okay. Guy who believes in the Big Bang, everything started from
Bible
nothing, right? Everything just
unicorn
proofs
verse.
out of dust, right?
This is this Numbers 23:22?
Finding stars out there older than the universe, and this guy tries to.
Yeah, we disproved that one. You already got torn in half on that one.
That. I'm gonna do my research later.
Yeah. So then, if you're gonna do your research, then I'm not sure why you're making the claim.
Because I saw it already on TV and everything.
Yeah,
I
it's
watched
Numbers
Discovery Channel,
23,
I watched all that.
22 in the King James Version. God brought them out of Egypt. He hath, as it were, the strength of a unicorn.
the strength of a unicorn, and that was written by a prophet, right?
It's Numbers. Numbers written by who? Very well. It was written by Moses. Do you think Moses is a liar?
No, I don't.
Gotcha. Well, so if Moses isn't a liar and he wrote
He didn't
Exodus,
say there were
Leviticus,
unicorns. He
and
said the
Numbers,
strength
then you're
of a
committed to
unicorn.
unicorns and slavery.
He said the strength of a unicorn. He didn't say there were unicorns. He
So
said the
did Moses
strength
believe in
of a
unicorns?
unicorn.
Did
Why would
did
if I said the
Moses
strength
believe in
of a giant?
unicorns?
Pardon?
Why would I take the word of someone who believes in unicorns seriously?
He never said. He said the strength of a unicorn. He didn't say there's a unicorn.
Yeah.
standing
So
over
what's
there in the
what
field, bro.
object does the word unicorn refer to? Is it just his own imagination?
Maybe.
So he's just talking about wait. So Moses is talking about ungodly creatures. Your prophet
might
is
be.
talking about creatures God didn't make.
Well, after the things that happened to Moses, I'm sure he would be talking some crazy stuff, man.
Oh, gotcha. So your prophet is crazy. Wait. So why would I believe your book if it was written by a crazy prophet?
I never asked you to believe my book.
Gotcha. Wait, but why would you believe
You're
in
on
your
here,
book
trying to
if it's
convince
written by a
people
crazy
that God is not
prophet?
real, bro. And that's
Why
not
would,
true.
why would anyone believe in a book written by a crazy prophet?
Doesn't matter who it was written by. It's written by prophets, bro. And God's real.
Do you trust
That
crazy
doesn't
people?
mean, like, what?
Do you trust crazy people?
Do you?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't either.
Yeah. So then why would you trust Moses?
I just said it was crazy talk. You know.
Yeah. So why would you trust Moses? If Moses is writing crazy talk, why would you trust Moses?
Because I believe in God.
Gotcha. So you're just going to, that's all you have left, a belief in God with lots of reasons not to believe, and you can't provide a single reason to believe. That's
So what
fine.
do you have? Huh? You told me that a prophet said that God was a slave driver, and what else did you say? Somebody else, Moses said that the strength of a unicorn. That was your two best arguments, right? And that Methuselah wasn't older than the universe, even
Yep,
though it says it on
correct.
Google and multiple.
Yeah, so wait,
Google
I
said
gave you two sources. So I gave you two sources that say that it, in fact, is not older than the universe, and you provided me zero sources that says that it was. So I'm gonna default to my two sources over your zero sources. That's the cool thing about science, is that repeating the experiment allows you to actually come to the true and accurate conclusions. I'm going to move on to the next guest, but I do appreciate you coming on up here. If you're enjoying the debates, make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you do not have that, I'm not talking to you. And with that, let's go to the very next guest. Hey, what's up? How's it going?
How's it going, man?
Yeah, how old are you?
23.
And what religion?
Christian.
Gotcha. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, you gotta think about it, man. Like,
okay, I'm thinking about it.
Everything just comes together.
Yeah. Do you think kids with cancer, is that things just coming together?
It just happens.
Yeah, it just happens. Why wouldn't God stop it?
How's he supposed to stop it?
By teleporting the tumor out of existence.
Not possible.
Is God all powerful?
He is.
Is the power to teleport tumors out of existence a power?
Not possible.
Why is it not possible?
It's just not possible.
Why not?
Because that's imaginary.
So is your God.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Not true whatsoever.
Yaha.
Yo, you were bringing up verses. Can you bring up Proverbs 27:13?
Let's go back to Leviticus 25:44 through 46 if you're interested in talking about the verses.
Okay.
Why would God say that it's okay to own people as property?
He doesn't say it like that.
He does. That's exactly what he says.
That's not how the text reads.
Yeah. Do you want to read the text? Do you want to hear the text, and you can explain? Do you think?
You can
first
read
of
it
all, do you think
first.
Do you think God was right when he said this?
You can read it first. Let's read through the text first.
Yeah. Let's read through the text. As for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you, and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your lands. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. If you're off the app, I can't hear you, by the way. You might be looking up the verse.
Leviticus 23.
25, 44 through 46. I just read the verse to you.
I don't know, man.
You don't know? You have no idea? Why would God say? Do you think God was right when he said that?
It might be a lost cause, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, that's a really great non-answer. I bet you probably would want to end this conversation, wouldn't you?
I
It's not
mean,
going well for you and you
this
don't have an
sounds like
answer.
a lost cause.
How about,
Pretty
do you
one-sided.
enjoy the Bible?
I do.
Yeah, let's hear another verse. This is Exodus 21, 20 through 21. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod, and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property.
From the 10 Commandments, right?
This is from Exodus, not the 10 Commandments.
After the 10 Commandments?
After the 10 Commandments, yes. From the mouth
Okay,
of God.
in the 10 Commandments, it says that God takes people from a slaved land and rescues them into a new
and pray
land.
tell, which of the 10 Commandments is that?
It's in the very beginning.
Yeah, but which of the 10 Commandments is that?
It's in the very beginning.
I'll give you a hint, it's none of them.
It doesn't make sense. At least half of your viewers are believers for a reason.
Yeah, because they've never thought critically about this issue a day in their life, as clearly you never have. Doesn't it feel weird not being able to defend, even a little bit, either of these verses? You can't defend your God at all.
No, it just doesn't seem reasonable to defend them when I don't really have to defend them.
Gotcha. Wait, so do you think that God was perfect when he said that you can own slaves?
God is perfect.
Was God perfect when he said that you can own slaves?
He didn't
was
say that.
saying you can own slaves the perfect thing to do?
He didn't say that.
We all heard it.
You read the verse and put it in your own words. He didn't say it.
I read it directly, word for word, from the Bible. I can
But
do it
that's still
again
out
if
of
you really
context.
want. I don't know why you're trying to be a gaslighting Gary. I literally already read
Not
it.
gaslighting. It's out
Yeah,
of
because I already
context.
read it, but you're pretending like I didn't. That's fine. I'll read it again just for you.
It's out of
As for
context.
the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. 25, 44 through 46. Are you looking up now? Do you want to give it a read? Bro's entire worldview is about to collapse in on itself.
Not really. Half
Gotcha.
your
Do you want to read it
viewers-
out loud for the class?
Half of your viewers are believers, so
Yeah, do you want to read it out loud for the class? Do you want to go for it? I don't give a fuck. All of my viewers could be believers, and I wouldn't give a rat's ass.
Well.
Do you want to read
Wait,
it?
can we
or
go
are you
through
scared
my
to read it
verse?
out loud?
Can we go through my verse?
No, wait. You just looked at my verse, so it's pulled up. Do you want to read it?
Well, you gotta say it one more time.
Do you want to? But you already have it pulled up. How about you just give it a read? How about you read it out loud for everyone?
Okay, hold on, bro. Leviticus
25, 44 through 46.
34 through 36.
24, or 44 through 46, yeah. Kayla, thank you so much. Appreciate it. I guess while we're waiting for that, I can shout out the, let me get the, Kirsten, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Kirsten. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. I appreciate that, Kirsten.
Yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy.
Crazy funny, crazy humorous.
It's weird.
Yeah, do you
Your
want to read the
male and
verse?
female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From then you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly.
Yeah, so why the fuck would God say something like that? You have no
Well,
idea.
he's not saying it like that.
He's not saying it like what?
saying it like how you're putting it.
In what way is God saying it?
Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. Okay, let's relate this to real life in the United States.
Yeah. So it's
People
saying
are
like you
coming
can get
from
your
nations
slaves from
around
Mexico.
us, and they're granted freedom, true freedom, into our country.
Wait. Do you think that it's ethical to bring someone here as a slave?
It's not bringing people here as a slave.
What's the wait? I'm sorry. What's the fifth word?
The fifth word?
Oh wait, actually let me count it out. 2, 3, 4. Fuck, I counted wrong. Seventh word.
Your male and female slaves are to come
Yeah,
from...
so that is a slave. If it's not talking about slaves,
saying?
yeah, so we know that it means slave because of the way the word is used at literally all the other verses in which the word is used. We know that it means slave because the description that it gives after is a description of a slave.
Can we move on to a different subject?
Wait, am I frozen?
On my screen it says like it's like a loading. It's lagging. There we go.
Yeah.
Can we move to a different subject?
Yeah, you probably would want to move past this one. Which subject do you want to move to?
Could we go through a verse that means something to me?
Gotcha, yeah. You gave no justification for the slavery verse, not even an attempt at an explanation for the slavery verse.
I did give you an attempt. I said it's not like it's the Bible, but
it is the Bible,
in
yeah.
Today, so you got to relate it to today's day and age.
Wait, so
Not
why would
how
God
it was.
ever say that this is an okay thing to do?
Not how it was. back
Wait, so
then.
why would God... Wait. Is God timeless? Does God exist outside of time?
Does God exist outside of time? God is time.
Yeah, so God has no problem saying that you can't eat shellfish. So which one's worse? Eating a shrimp or owning slaves?
What are these comparisons?
That God literally outlaws eating shellfish in the Bible.
No.
Yes.
That does not happen. That does not happen.
God says
anyway.
no shellfish. Let's read the verse.
Oh my God.
11, Leviticus 11:12. Uh, 11:12. And since you are to regard them as unclean, and you must not eat their meat, you must regard carcasses as unclean. Oh, okay, wait. But all creatures of the sea or stream that do not have fins and scales, whether among all the swarming things or among all the living creatures in the water, you are to regard as unclean. And since you are to regard them as unclean, you must not eat their meat. You must regard carcasses as unclean. So God said, no shellfish. He said no shrimp. So which one's worse, eating shrimp or owning slaves?
What kind of questions are these, man?
Ones that
These
you
are
have no
not real
answer for,
questions.
ones that shatter your entire worldview, ones that I'm going to keep on asking you until you answer. Which one's worse? Eating shellfish, eating shrimp,
don't think
or
that's gonna
owning
change
slaves?
my
Which one's
worldview.
worse?
Okay, owning slaves is worse.
Then why did God say no shellfish but didn't say no slaves?
Because the shellfish are nasty. But it doesn't make any sense, man.
Which
But,
part of that question doesn't make sense?
Yeah, it's not a serious question, but it's
Yeah,
okay.
wait. So that's not a serious answer. I'll give you an analogy to help you understand just how stupid what you just said is. This would be like
Okay.
if I asked you, "Do you want to eat the ice cream sandwich or put your hand in a blender?" And then you said you want to eat the ice cream sandwich, and then went over and put your hand in a blender.
Can I read you a verse?
Yeah, because you've been folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, and reformatted like a hard drive on that one. Yeah, you can read me a verse.
Okay. 27:17. Okay. My verse is Proverbs 27:17. As iron sharpens iron, so one man sharpens another. That's all it is. And that's all
Sounds
God
good.
is. So we help each other instead of being selfish, putting our qualities aside, and sharpening each other, creating better.
Yeah,
for
sounds
the
sounds
earth
good.
That God created.
Sounds good. Do you think that the slaves
That's
got
all God
sharpened by
is.
being owned by the Israelites?
You're talking about Israelites. I'm talking about right now.
Yeah, I'm talking about the things that your God said was okay.
He said that.
Yeah, he did. We just read the verse for like 20 minutes.
People
Did you
wrote
get
it.
clunked on the noggin or something?
No, I think you did. But
No, you. Yeehaw. Thank you so much,
You're
Glass
putting
Lotus.
unreasonable comparisons and trying to make something out of it.
I
You're
don't
talking
think
about
you. What am I?
shellfish. You're talking about shellfish and
Yeah.
slavery.
Yeah, because in the exact same book, God
That's a
said
good
no
comparison.
shellfish. He said slaves are fine.
That's a good comparison.
Yeah, it is because it's in the
Shellfish
same
and
book.
slavery.
Yeah, yes, it is a good comparison. Thank you.
All right, well, don't be surprised that half your viewers are Christian believers. 'cause
I
that's
wish
the only
all of
thing
my
that's
viewers
true.
were Christian believers so that I could
And
make many of them not Christian
without
believers.
Christians, there would be no good people in the world. 'cause
Yeah.
there's
Oh, that's
nothing
not
to
true.
look towards.
Wait, that's not true. Do you think Hitler was a good person?
That's not true.
Which part of that? That's
Who
a
stopped
question
him?
that wasn't a statement.
Did someone stop him?
Yeah. Do you know who stopped Hitler?
I mean, did someone stop him?
Yeah. Wait, remind me. Who killed Hitler?
Didn't we realize that it was a bad thing?
Wait, I'm so sorry. Well, no, he didn't. In fact,
God-
famously,
God
he did
also
not realize
know
it was a
at
bad
time
thing. He famously,
realized that was a bad
he did
thing?
not realize that it was a bad thing. Famously, no.
You know, God comes with time, and you have to understand that those kind of things
Yeah,
are bad.
phenomenal non-answer.
That's how
Didn't
God
ask, don't
works.
care. Do you have anything else?
No, but I appreciate the
Yeah,
conversation.
you should reflect on your life choices. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, dropping a follow if you're enjoying the debates. You never want to miss one in the future. To the people who have gifted so far, Grimlock, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Grimlock, hail 666, and a big hail Satan. Jamie, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Jamie, hail 666, and a big hail Satan. And Grimlock again, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Yeehaw. Thank you so much, Claire. Grimlock, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Grimlock. Hail 666 and a big hail Satan. Grimlock, I appreciate the hell out of you for all of your support. It is literally just so kind. I appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you so much. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. TTs, thank you so much for the hand heart. Both are in my bio. If you want to join the community, if you're 18 or older, you want to hang out with cool people, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'm super active there. What's up? How's it going, Toe?
It's going. How you doing today, sir?
Doing well. How old are you?
I'll be 37 in a couple of weeks.
And what religion?
Baptist.
Gotcha. What's your strongest argument for the existence?
Okay. Let me renege on my answer. So I'm a believer of God. I don't really believe in a religion.
Okay, I'm only looking to discuss with people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran. Otherwise, there's just not enough stuff there to actually make the debate interesting. I need someone who actually believes in a holy book, because these people are ruining society. What's up? How's it going, Jackson?
I'm chilling. What's up?
Yeah. How old are you?
I'm 27.
And what religion are you?
I'm Christian.
What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
The strongest argument simply goes is that you can't either prove or the same way you claim that you can't prove God is the same way you can't disprove God in general. To go along with this, just to go back to the shellfish thing.
Wait, can we just stick with that for a second? So your argument is essentially that God exists because you can't prove him or disprove him?
No, that's part of my argument.
Oh, gotcha. So what it sounds like is you're just giving an argument for why you're not going to give an argument. Is that correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all, actually. So if you would let me finish, that'd be...
Yeah, wait, so if you can't prove him or disprove him, what are you doing here?
So the point I'm trying to make is that simply saying, oh, well, you can take the Bible out of context all you want. Like going back to the whole, God says shellfish it's a sin to eat shellfish.
Yeah, please. Let's go check out the context. So what's the context of Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, where it says that you can own people as property? What's the context?
Well, the context comes from the day and ages that they were living in.
Yeah, gotcha. So why did God say no shellfish, but God didn't say no slaves?
So the reason God said no shellfish, that was simply for the people who were, that God's people who were traveling to the new land.
So why didn't God say no slaves to these people, to God's people who were traveling to a new land? Why didn't God say no slaves?
I can't prove that. I can't say why God said no slaves. I can't.
No, why did he not say no slaves? Why wouldn't he say no slaves?
Why would I know that? Why would I can ask?
Because God had no problem. Because owning slaves is worse than eating shellfish, which means that God's values are quite weird when he's outlawing shellfish, but not outlawing slavery.
So in today's age, obviously we view slavery as bad, which is hindsight. Back in those days, slavery was basically a job as an indentured or a slave.
It was not a job. You are the property of this person. Do you get beaten at your job?
If you would let me finish, yeah, I'm trying to finish, but your whole basis is just talking over and being condescending.
Listen, I'm not going to take debate advice from you. You're doing terribly so far. So if you want to get to the point a bit quicker, if you want to answer the questions and engage with the arguments, it's not a job. It's fucked up to say that it is a job. You don't get beaten at your job, but it says in Exodus 21, 20 through 21, that you can beat your slaves, just not too hard.
No shit, it's fucked up to say it's not a job, but you also have to look at the same times that we live in, which we know it is fucked up with the hindsight that we have. Back in those days, slavery was fairly acceptable.
Yeah.
For those
as was eating shellfish, but God said no shellfish. He didn't say no slaves.
Actually, again, if you would let me finish for the shellfish part, God said for his people, do not indulge in eating shellfish. He also said, don't marry anybody outside of the religion or the race, which, it's happened already, which has happened in the Bible multiple times. It goes back, it all involves context. You would also know that further in the Bible, in the New Testament, God said, what I said back then does not apply. Was
it good when God said?
Can you let me finish?
Was it good when God said that you can own people as property? Was that good?
You wanted a debate, so let me.
Yeah, well, just because you're trying to pivot to other shit, but I'm just asking you, was it good when God said that you can own people as property?
You wanted a debate, so let me finish what I was
Yeah,
saying.
wait, I'm asking you a question. Was it good when God said, just an easy yes or no? Either yes, it was good, or no, it was not good when God said that you can own people as property.
I wasn't done with my previous comments, so can you let me
Yeah, wait, you're just trying to pivot all over the place. That's fine. Yeah, go for it. I'll ask you the exact same question. Go for it.
just let me finish next time and stop being rude and condescending? You want to be a host?
Yeah,
right?
I'm not going to take debate advice from you. You're getting torn in half right now.
I'm not. Okay, whatever. So, as I was saying, God was saying that shellfish, as along with every other sin that he mentioned in the Old Testament, has been removed once they reach the new land that they reach. And then he wanted them to further prosper and expand his law, his word to others. Okay, you see, this is your whole argument. You just kind of talk over people. You're just rude. So I know why people lose.
Yeah, wait. So I'm just gonna ask you the exact same question. I was too busy playing Hangman. So was it good when God said that you can own people as slaves?
That was a land of the law.
Yes or no? Was it good when God said that people can own other people as slaves? Was that good?
See, that's a very loaded question. Obviously,
it's a yes or no question. In fact, was it either yes, it was good, no, it was not good?
Lead me into an answer that you know is more morally and ethically wrong. So that's what you're trying.
Yeah, it is. That's kind of the point of disproving your God. Yeah. So was it either yes, it was good when God said that you can own people as farming equipment? No, it was not good when God said you can own people as farming equipment. Yes or no?
All right, here. Yes. How about that?
Oh, gotcha. You're a sick fuck. You think slavery was good?
That's the part of the loaded question. Because if I said
it is yeah, you're right. It is a dilemma. Correct. Yeah, that's crazy. You think slavery is good?
Oh yeah, because obviously, dude, I'm black. I don't give a.
Yeah, that's totally cool. So why do you think slavery is good?
See, that's not even part of the debate of what you're talking about.
It is, because you just said that it was good when God said that you can own people as slaves.
Dude, you are obviously talking over me. Look at your chat. Like you're.
Yeah, I don't give. Wait, my entire chat could be spamming else right now, and I don't care. I'm not going to take debate advice from you. You're doing terribly. You just said that slavery is good.
Talking over me. So I'm not too. Concerned.
I don't give a fuck, dude. Skill issue. Get better.
Oh wow. Is this how you host debates?
Yeah, it is. Do you want to run? You can run if you don't like it.
Oh no, I don't run from shit. So
Gotcha. So do you think it was also good when God said that you can beat your slaves with a rod?
Oh, that has nothing to do with why you're asking why God isn't real. That's your question.
Oh, well, so because intuitively, beating slaves with rods and owning slaves is actually bad. It's bad always. Which means that it's bad when God said this, which means God's not all good, which means that God would both be all good and also not all good. A contradiction. We conclude that God doesn't exist because we've reached an absurdity.
You can't define what good is. You can't define what...
Yeah, you need to pivot to the transcendental argument for God because you just admitted that slavery is good. So why would I ever take your morals seriously when you just told me that you think slavery is good?
Oh, I was just pandering to you because that's.
Gotcha. Wait. So you acknowledge. So you admit to everyone that you lied about your answers. Let's go back to the question. Was it good when God said that you can own people as farming equipment?
Do you have an actual question about if God is real or not? Or is that just your only go-to?
I was actually trying to ask you that at the beginning, but then I think you brought it here, and then because if you want to pivot away from this because you got completely folded on this topic, if you want to pivot to an argument that doesn't involve personal experience for why God exists, I'll permit it with the acknowledgement that you got stomped on this one.
No, didn't get stomped. How about that? How about you actually ask a question?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, so what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Oh, is that the question? Are you going to pivot back to slavery and all that other stuff?
Well, it depends what your answer is.
My answer?
Yeah, depends. If your answer is like, well, the principles in the Bible are really good, then obviously not.
Are you going to cut me off while I talk?
Depends on how stupid the things you say are. Depends on how long-winded you are.
So I'm just going to talk, and then if you're going to talk over me, I'm just going to continue to move on.
That's fine. Sounds good.
All right. So the way you prove that God exists, obviously, well, when you use math to prove math, you use science to prove science. If you prove God is real by going to the Bible, that's one way to prove to it. You can't use personal experience, can't use miracles or any BS like that, apparently.
Gotcha. So the Bible is true because the Bible is true?
Yeah, basically.
So can you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
Because it doesn't have because it doesn't have a source.
Yeah, and your Bible proof isn't a proof at all because it doesn't have a source. You're just restating the conclusion again.
Disprove God.
Yeah, so nowhere in science is it claimed that like the Big Bang happened because the Big Bang happened. Nowhere in in math is it claimed that like the Cantor's theorem is true because the Cantor's theorem is true. That's not how either of these disciplines work. But here you are saying the Bible is true because the Bible is true.
You know what a theory is?
I said theorem. It's not a theory, it's a theorem.
Where does theorem derive from?
Theorems in mathematics and mathematical physics are just going to be results of various properties. So the Cantor's theorem, for example, is literally just stating that all the possible combinations of elements in a set are the total number of those is going to be more than the elements of the set itself.
Okay, so you know in science when they add theory, theorem, whatever, you know it's subject to change, subject to being disproven. You know how many you know how many theories there have been in the world that have been disproven?
Yeah, that's a really good reason why you should believe in science. Because when when new evidence comes out that indicates that science got it wrong on something, it updates itself to make sure that it has the right answer. Science is always in the process of becoming more and more correct, whereas your religion is terminally wrong forever because it's unable to update itself. That's why you're stuck with the belief that the universe is fucking 8,000 years old. That's why you're stuck with the belief that slavery was good. That's why you're stuck with the belief that the earth is older than the sun. That's why you're stuck with the belief that the earth is flat. That's why you're stuck with the belief that unicorns exist. The Bible got tons of scientific facts wrong, and you're stuck with them forever. Whereas science can get facts wrong, and then it updates itself as new evidence comes out.
But it was wrong initially, correct? And it's always
and your Bible is always wrong.
Always going to be a theory. So
because it's always subject to being updated. Yeah, correct. That's not a reason why science is bad. That's a reason why it's good. It updates itself to be true. Why would you not want a system that updates itself to be true?
You base it off of something that's constantly changing. So
if you don't like science, turn your phone off.
You can believe this. You can believe this one day, and then 100 years, everybody's gonna believe. I can't believe someone believed that. Like,
unfortunately, the evidence for our best theories are simply overwhelming. It is we either have it right, or it is something extraordinarily close to it. We have the big pictures right. Almost certainly, I would stake my life on it. That the universe rapidly expanded. I would stake my life that Darwinian evolution or some form of evolution, some form of genetic variation via natural selection is how we got here. The specific details are going to be different over time as we learn more, but the overall broad pictures, the amount of evidence is simply overwhelming. And I'm sorry, your theory is that God said abracadabra and then the earth appeared, and then God said alakazam and then people appeared. Do you have any evidence for either of those?
Do you have any evidence of what you believe?
Yeah, wait, which one do you want evidence for? I have tons of evidence for both of these.
You have physical evidence of it?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
Which one do you want evidence for?
Evolution.
Yeah, so the evidence for evolution is going to be present in our second chromosome, specifically the fact that it is identical to the 2A, 2B chromosomes that are held by all the other great apes. The fact that it is binded together actually removed key functionality from it, indicating that it was not the result of an intelligent design, but was rather a careful tinkering process that relates us directly to the great apes. That's the evidence.
Oh, so where are those great apes?
They're all around us. We're great apes. Chimpanzees are great apes. Gorillas are great apes. Orangutans are great apes. Bonobos are great apes. They're all around us.
That's crazy, because I'm gonna pull up the easy argument of what if it's evolutionary? Why are there still apes and why are they're still us?
Yeah, gotcha. So this is like the easiest argument in the world to answer because you just fundamentally don't understand evolution. So let me break this down for you. So I'm not claiming that we evolved like Pokemon. I'm claiming that we share a common ancestor with the other great apes, i.e. if you go back far enough in our ancestral tree, it's going to be the same being, the same species that eventually divided. The evidence for this comes from the fossil record, the DNA record, and also the second chromosome again. So I'll ask you a question because your question was very easy to answer. I'll ask you a question I know you don't have an answer for. If we didn't come from evolution, why is our second chromosome exactly an exact fusion of the 2A, 2B chromosomes that the other great apes have? Why is that the case?
Oh, because God made it like that. How about that?
Yeah, why would God make it that way, giving it useless components by making it that way?
Evolution with evolution, I answer God with God. How about that? That's
Wait. So why would God give us useless parts of our DNA?
Like the second chromosome?
Yeah, so in the second chromosome, there's these things at the end of chromosomes that help with aging. They're called telomeres. The second chromosome fused at the telomeres of the 2A, 2B chromosomes, which means that these telomeres are not at the end of the chromosome, but are actually in the middle of the chromosome, which means they're useless.
Just because you don't know what it does doesn't mean that
we know exactly what it does. It gets looked at by the mRNA and discarded.
So because you don't know what it does.
Gotcha. Can you explain to me the DNA transcription process?
No.
Gotcha. Okay, I'll break this down for you. So DNA only does stuff if it gets transcribed and then expressed as proteins. If it doesn't do that, then it doesn't do anything. Now, these never get expressed as proteins because they're discarded.
So they have something to do with something.
They get discarded, like the scraps of paper on the end of your your homework when the teacher says like please remove those like little bits at the edge of your paper. They're like that. They're scraps. They get removed.
Because they come from a binder that holds the paper in them. So
yeah, very good. Yes, they do. Yeah, and these telomeres came from our ancestry. Yeah, things come from places. Great observation. Why would God give us useless parts of our DNA?
So they had a use, and then it's not useful anymore once we get the paper out. So you saying like that's a horrible example.
No, it's a really great example because you're committed to because I can say that it used to have a use. That's why it exists. Whereas you have no explanation for why God would create it that way. AG, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Big W AG. Why the fuck does God hate dinosaurs so much? I have no idea.
I'm the one who said they used to have a use. You said they were useless. I was
I agree. They used to have a use. They are currently useless.
Yeah, I know.
In our DNA, they are useless.
Oh, so they used to have a use, like I said.
Yes, wait, but not in your worldview. They didn't, because they used to have a use back when we were more closely related to the other great apes. They used to have a use before humans existed.
Oh, sorry, I said that. I was correcting you.
No, I agree that they used to have a use, but you don't believe that they have a use because you think God said abracadabra and made us this way. The switcheroo that you're trying to do isn't going to work.
When did I ever say that?
Because you literally believe that God poofed us into existence. If you reject evolution, unless you think that our DNA has changed substantially over time, thank you so much. Appreciate that. I love geese. Unless you think our DNA has changed substantially over time, i.e. evolution, then you're committed to the view that God made it this way. God made it in a way that is intentionally useless.
So you have a very if one person believes this, everybody believes this. Not everybody.
Yeah, gotcha. Do you believe in evolution?
Sorry. The middle of my sentence interrupted the beginning of yours.
Yeah, it did. Yeah. Do you believe in evolution?
But let me just say that not every Christian believes the same things. That's why there's other different orthodoxes and different types of religion, like Catholic, like Christian, Baptist.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, did I interrupt you again? My fault.
Oh, it was just the gifter.
So how about this? So how about you try to let me finish? I know it's hard for you because you think you're
Yeah, wait, I'm not gonna take debate advice from you. You're getting bodied right now.
Oh, yeah.
You're getting slammed so hard you're probably concussed. You have no idea what point you're even trying to respond to. I bet you don't even remember the question that I asked you.
So, not all Christians obviously believe the same things. The only thing that we Christians, why we call ourselves Christians, is because we believe that God sent His Son to die on the cross for our sins. That is why we believe that it is all you need to get into heaven. That's all you need. The rejection of the Spirit is the only unforgivable sin. So you do know that there are Christian scientists. You do know.
What was my question, and how do you think that answered it?
Oh no, I wasn't answering.
You weren't answering my question. Yeah, that's fine. I'll ask the question again. Do you believe in evolution?
Fine. Or let me finish. So I was just letting you know that just because I am a Christian doesn't mean I disagree with everything in science. That's factually. And you're honestly just being dishonest with yourself just by saying all these Christians believe the same thing. So you try to like talk over everybody to make them sound stupid when in actuality you're probably just insecure with your own.
When in actuality you do that plenty well just on your own. Thank you so much, Neurospicy. Appreciate that. So are you interested in answering the question? Do you believe in evolution?
No.
Gotcha. So then the critique applies exactly the same, and all you did was cry and mope for a little while. So why would God make 85% of our DNA functionless? Honk. Thank you so much, Petus. Appreciate that.
How do you get that number?
Oh, this comes from a study. Are you interested?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Show me.
Yeah. What is it? Where the heck?
Waiting.
It is an upper limit on the functional fraction of the human genome. This is in the Journal of Genome Biology and Evolution by Dan Grar. The bottom line of the abstract, mutational load considerations lead to the conclusion that the functional fraction within the human genome cannot exceed 15%. So why would God make 85% of our DNA useless?
No, I could just easily find something that disproves that too.
Yeah, go ahead and find something that disproves that. Go for it. Find the thing that says 100% of our DNA is useless. Go for it.
I never said
or that 100% of our DNA does something. You're unfortunately not going to be able to do that just because the way that our DNA works is that it replicates itself and it mutates very often, which means lots of things are just completely useless. There are also parasitic mobile elements which just replicate themselves. They just create more and more copies of themselves. 5% of your DNA is considered like repetitive, i.e. 90% of these repetitive elements are just the same sequence over and over and over and over and over again. Just the same sequence repeated. 5% of your DNA is this repetitive form. You're just not going to find anything that says that accounts for all of these useless contributors to our DNA. So I'm super curious, what's the study that you're going to produce?
So I'm just first, like I'm on my phone, so obviously I can't go on to a study right now.
Gotcha. Yeah. But one definitely exists. Everyone believes you. Yaris, thank you so. Yaviris, thank you so much for the dinosaur. Appreciate that. Big W Iverus in the comment section.
But you know,
do you got anything else?
No, I'm just trying to figure out like do you honestly think you're like good at debating?
Yes. Yeah, extremely. Yeah, you got slammed. Yeah, I think I'm incredible at debating. Probably one of the best on this app. Yeah, absolutely.
You're condescending? Is that
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, some people deserve to be condescended to. Yeah.
All right, bro. All right, you have a good day.
Yeah, you as well. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, dropping that follow as well. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Oh fuck, I forgot. I totally could have busted out, but in college I ended third in the nation in college competitive debate. So yeah, I think I am pretty good at debate. In fact. But make sure you're sharing it with your friends, dropping a follow, doing all that good stuff. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Got to read out the new donos. All right, let's see it. On Cash App. Okay, wait. It's just gonna be one on, or I think there's like a couple on Venmo. Sorry, it logged me out automatically. That sucks. Donald, thank you so much for the $4 or for the $40 on Venmo. I love you too. Huge W, Donald. $40 is incredible. I appreciate the heck out of that. Philip, thank you so much. I like my Christians. Well done. Keep cooking. Hail, Philip. Hail 666. Hail Satan. Big W, Philip, in that comment section. I appreciate the hell out of you. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you are 18 or older, that you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, dropping that follow as well. If you're 18 or older and you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love nothing more than to see you there. It's a great place. We talk politics, religion, and philosophy, and I notify you every time I go live. Hey, what's up? How's it going? I can't hear you. You're like a million miles away from your phone. On to the next one. Thank you so much, Ishana. Appreciate that. Yeah, we do a reading club as well in the book club. Someone said that the reading actually helped them in a debate against a Christian. So if you're interested in learning more about philosophy, consider joining the Discord. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Rico? Hello? Okay. Oh fuck. Gosh, I hate that. Whatever. We move. Yeah, sorry it's taking so long. Damn. Yeah, just keep on double tapping on that screen, sharing with your friends. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Oop. Damn, I accept your surrender, guest. Folded like a chair, scrambled like an omelet, reformatted like a hard drive. Get your ankles shattered, you will never debate again. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Joe? Joe? Joseph?
Hello?
Hey, what's up? How's it going? How old are you?
I'm 23.
And what religion?
I'm a Christian.
Gotcha. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
So I wanted to talk a bit about the Leviticus verse that you were referencing.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
And I'd very much like to have a positive debate. I'm not looking to argue with you or anything like that.
Yeah, sounds good. So do you think it was good when God said that you can own people as property?
I don't think it's in the context that you've been putting it across, and let me explain why I think that. Because when God gave the Ten Commandments to the people before Leviticus was written, it was rules how he wanted those people to live. Leviticus was written afterwards, and the people of the other nations were living however they wanted. They had slaves, they also did human sacrifice. They did a lot of different things. Now, my belief and hypothesis is that God was giving them rules on what they could partake in of the world and what they couldn't partake.
Yeah, gotcha. So why did God think that they should partake in slavery? Why was that one of the things that God said that they could partake in? Why would that be the case?
Well, he wanted to build up Israel. And the thing is, as well, when you say slavery, you're going from the context of American belief, of not American perspective of slavery. Because looking online, it's more translated roughly in the Hebrew to servant, not slave.
No, wait, so can you beat your servants? Are your servants your possessions?
Well, it also says in the Old Testament to stone people as well, but I'm going to have a debate about that.
Yeah, wait, but we're just, I don't want to pivot to something else. I just want to focus on the word slave. Slave means owning someone as a possession. It says that you can own people as possessions and that you can beat them. It's very clearly talking about slavery. You can't beat servants. You don't own servants. These are slaves.
Then why is the translation from Hebrew more closely related to servant than slave?
It is more closely related to slave, which is why it talks about them being your possession, your property, and that you can give them to your children as a possession.
Okay. Are there any other references on how they should be tracked?
Yeah, they say that you can beat them, just not too hard.
Not so they die. I think I heard you mention that earlier.
Yeah, exactly. You can beat them, just not too hard. Wait, but I have a question for you. So, was it good that God said that you can own slaves? Was that good?
I think it's fair that God's allowing people to punish people for doing wrong.
Punish people?
He wanted the Israelites to punish each other if they broke the Ten Commandments. He clearly gave the commandment to stone them. So God's all for punishment because punishment is just and right.
So wait, who's so you think like the people from the nations around you are being punished?
I think we're all punished in certain ways, brother.
Do you think slavery is an acceptable punishment?
But what slavery? Are you referring to the slavery of the modern day?
Did I say the slavery of the modern day? I'm referring to owning people as property, owning people as possessions, beating people with rods. Do you think that that's morally good to beat your slaves with a rod?
I think it's morally just to hand out punishments to people.
Yeah, wait. So in what circumstances do you think slaves deserve to get beaten with rods? What circumstances do you think would warrant a slave getting beaten with a rod? Go for it.
In the terms of the Bible, disobedience to the people who owned them.
Gotcha. So you think it's morally just for slave masters to beat their slaves? Gotcha.
Well, if you want to talk about morally just, did you want me to? You can ask me if I think it's morally just that people are stoned to death.
Yeah, wait, I'm not interested in that. Do you think it's morally just that God said that you can own humans as slaves?
I mean, from the context of the times they were living in, they were partaking in what was going on around them.
Yeah, but didn't
he also say to treat them better than they was treated when they was treating their foreign lands that they came from?
Yeah, so there's lots of ways that you can treat some slaves better than other slaves. Slavery is still wrong. So my question is quite simple. Which is worse, eating shellfish or owning slaves?
My point is that God never said to enslave people. He saw what was going on in the world, and he gave his followers rules in what they should partake in and how they should treat people in the world. He knew they were going to get slaves anyway, so he gave them commandments on how to treat.
Wait. So I want to be clear. Do you think it's moral to own slaves even if you personally didn't enslave them? Do you think it's moral to buy slaves?
Not in the day and age we live in, but we're talking.
Do you think was it ever moral to buy slaves? Was that ever a moral thing?
No, but the Israelite people were not always moral people. That's
gotcha. Wait. Perfect. Okay. Wait. So premise one. Owning people as property is immoral. Premise two. God said that you could own people as property. Conclusion. God said something immoral. Which premise do you reject?
I reject that he said immoral because he's giving them rules on what they should do and how they should treat people.
Wait. That's the. I'm so sorry. That's the conclusion. That's the conclusion.
It says that the slaves should be treated better than.
Wait. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's the conclusion. I need you to reject one of the two premises. Do you reject that owning people is immoral, or do you reject that God said you can own people?
Brother, we're not going deep into.
Do you wait? I'm not going to let you not answer this question, Joe. You're not going to be a dodging Daniel. So, do you believe that owning people is immoral, or do you reject that owning people is immoral, or do you reject that God said that you can own people? Which of those do you reject?
I reject that owning people is immoral. I do not reject.
You reject that owning people. So you think it's sometimes moral to own people? In what circumstances is it moral to own people?
That I've got from listening to you is that you're saying God has.
I'm so sorry. In what circumstance? In what circumstance is it moral to own people?
But where does it say that God has said enslave these people?
Wait. In what circumstances is it moral? In what circumstances is it? Wait. In what circumstances is it moral to own people? I'm not going to let you pivot away from this, Joe. I'm not going to let you pivot away. In what circumstances is it moral to own people?
We're talking about the Bible, right? We're not talking about objective morality. We're talking about
wait, Joe. I just want to know. In your morality, in what circumstances is it acceptable to own people? When is that fine?
In 2024, I'd say not. But back then, it even says in the Hebrew, servant.
Joe, it doesn't say that. Wait, are your servants a possession?
The servants were treated morally.
Are servants possessions? Do you beat servants? Are servants possessions? Do you beat servants? Are servants possessions? Do you beat servants?
Right. Well, why don't we go back to old style England?
That's a yes/no question, Joe. It's a yes/no question. Are servants possessions? Do you beat servants?
Can you repeat that? You didn't come through.
Yeah. Are servants possessions? Do you beat servants?
In 2024, no, you do not beat
Ever.
servants.
Are servants ever a possession?
Servants are handed down through families, and they serve families, don't they? Is this not what happened?
Wait, but that's
hundreds of years ago?
referring to like employment, like you get paid. These people don't get paid; they're property. Servants are not property. Wait. I'm so sorry. Wait, let's just get very clear on the definitions. So I take a slave to be when a human being is your property. Do you disagree that a slave is when a human being is your property?
No, I don't disagree with that.
Yeah. So, and do you disagree that these human beings were property?
No.
So then you agree that these human beings were slaves?
It says slaves in the Bible, but we're talking about the Hebrew as well.
No, wait, it's not, I'm not talking about from the Bible. You agree that a slave is a person owned as property, and you agree that these were people owned as property. So you agree that these were slaves?
Yes, I do agree.
Gotcha, perfect. Finally, we got the concession. So, in what circumstance do you think slavery is moral?
I don't think it's moral, but the point I'm trying to get across is that they were enslaved anyway, and God said you can take them from their foreign lands where they were definitely treated a lot worse than how God has told them to be treated, and he has let them be treated better.
So gotcha, wait. So I just have two premises for you. Premise one is that slavery is immoral. Premise two is that God said you could do slavery, that you could buy people as slaves.
You've just completely refuted the point I made about there were slaves already.
Well, I'm just gonna need you to we're gonna go back to the premises. Which premise do you reject? Do you reject that slavery is immoral, like you said 5 minutes ago, or do you reject that God said slavery is a thing that you can do, like it says in the Bible? Do you reject the Bible, or do you reject your basic moral intuitions?
I reject my moral intuitions, mate.
Gotcha. So you think that wait. So you were lying 5 seconds ago when you say that slavery is immoral? You were lying?
But you're not looking at the context.
Wait. Were you lying 5 seconds ago? Were you lying?
Brother, can we talk about the context of the text?
Were you lying? Because 5 seconds ago, 5 seconds ago, you said slavery is immoral. Were you lying? Were you lying when you said 5 seconds ago that slavery is immoral? Yes or no? Were you lying? Yes or no?
I do think slavery is immoral, but I didn't.
Gotcha. Wait. So then you agree with the first premise that slavery is immoral. Perfect. So you agree that slavery is immoral, and do you agree that God said that you can own slaves in the Bible?
I agree with that, but I agree with also that it's not.
So then you agree that God said an immoral thing?
No. Listen, let me finish. I also agree with that. It's not immoral that God said to the Israelites, "You can take these slaves from a foreign land where they are treated worse, and you can come and treat them better. You can treat them better than where they've been treated in the foreign lands."
That's so nice. Wait, so do you acknowledge that God said that you can do an immoral thing?
How is it immoral to take someone from a worse situation?
How is it immoral to own slaves?
How is it immoral to take someone from a worse situation and bring them to a better one and treat them better?
Yeah, wait, so what's because God could have added a commandment. God could have added a commandment that says you may buy these slaves from the foreign land and then set them free. Why didn't God say you must set them free after you buy them? Why wouldn't God say that?
God gave us the original 10 Commandments, and he let us do with our free will what we did.
You're not going to answer it. Oh no, you got caught. You gave the biggest non-answer of all time. Free will has nothing to do with this. Wait. This is God giving laws on your conduct and guidance. This is not an issue of free will that you have the free will to do it. So wait. Actually, I have a question for you. Do you take it to mean that God means that you have the free will to purchase the people around you, but you don't have the free will to purchase the Israelites? Is that what you take God to be meaning?
God was speaking to the Israelites, not to me, brother. He was telling them.
Well, I'm so sorry. What question did I just ask you?
Repeat it.
Yeah, gotcha. Answering a question you didn't even listen to. Let's try this one more time. Do you take it to be the case that when God says you can own slaves from the nations around you, but you can't own each other, that he's saying you have the free will to own slaves from the nation around you, but you don't have the free will to own other Israelites? Do you think that that's what God's saying?
Yes, I agree with the text.
Wait. So in what way did they not have the free will to own each other as slaves?
Does it not say in the text to treat your Israelite brothers and sisters differently?
Wait, but I thought it was free will.
Yeah,
Did they have the
will
free will to go against these commands?
Yeah, yes, they did, and that's why Jesus. came
Gotcha.
down.
So wait, then it doesn't make sense to say that you don't have the free will to own each other as slaves, because they did have the free will to own each other as slaves.
I didn't say they didn't have the free will to do that. I said God told them not to do that. What God said.
You
and what
literally
people do
just
are two
said that
different
they
things.
did have the free will. You literally just said that like 5 seconds ago. You're like, we got a gaslighting Gary over here. The fuck? Do you not hear yourself contradicting yourself over and over again?
I really just wanted to make a point about the.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you probably do want to move away from this. Yeah.
Well, I want to go back to my original point on God was telling the Israelite people, you can take these slaves from a foreign land where they're being treated worse.
Yeah. So
and
why
treat
didn't
them
God say
better.
that you must release them?
Because literally every society back then had slaves that would have caused all-out war. The Israelites probably would have been murdered for even trying to free all the slaves.
Yeah, yeah. So,
It's not done.
wait, I just want to be clear. Wait. So,
If
God
the
had no
Israelite
problem.
nation went and tried
Every
to-
nation on earth was eating shrimp, but God had no problem saying no shrimp.
Listen, bro, I don't want to go to the shrimp point. I'm going to make a point with you on what you just
Yeah,
said.
I know
right?
you don't want that point because it
No,
tears your
no,
entire
no, no, no,
worldview in
no.
half. That
You-
God
you-
thought
no,
that it
you-
was
you just-
worse to
you-
eat
you-
shrimp than he
you just-
thought it was to
no.
own slaves.
Listen, bro, you just said, why did God not tell them to go free everyone? Because God's not an idiot. If the Israelite nation went to every
That's not
other
what I
nation and tried
said.
to
You're not
free-
listening.
if-
That's not what I said.
You literally
That's not
just
what I said at
why
all.
Why did God not
What
give
I
the commandment to
asked.
free all
Wait,
the
wait.
slaves?
So why didn't God say that you
He said,
can't
why
beat
did God
them?
not give a commandment to free all
Why
the
didn't
slaves?
God
Did
say that you
not just
can't
say
beat
that?
them? Why didn't God say that you can't beat them?
For disobedience. If
Yeah.
someone disobeys you, then there's going to be if you disobey anything, if you disobey the law, there's
Do you
going
think
to be a
it's
punishment.
moral to beat kids for disobedience?
Where does it say that the slaves were children?
Well, I'm just asking you. Wait, because you think that beating is an
I
appropriate
don't
punishment
know.
for
I don't-
disobedience. So I just want to know: do you think it's morally acceptable to beat kids?
I didn't say. I said there's a punishment for disobedience. I didn't say.
Yeah,
beating
gotcha. Wait, so do you
in
think that some
particular, did I?
punishments for disobedience are unjust?
I think there's a punishment fits every crime, brother. There's a
Gotcha.
punishment
Wait.
for
So,
everything.
do you think that it's just to beat kids?
No, I don't think it's just to beat
Yeah.
children.
Well, but what if they're disobedient?
Then you punish them in a different way. As do
Yeah,
many
and you can
parents.
punish the slaves in a different way.
In what way, brother? With sticks and
Yeah,
stones?
whatever
What
way
could
you're
you do?
punishing kids, you can just punish your slaves in that way. Wouldn't that be a more moral thing for God to have said?
Right, so a fully grown man who is someone's servant, he's going to take a punishment of being put on the naughty step.
Wait, do you think at work?
These slaves were probably fully grown men.
Wait,
So
yeah,
they're
I'm
gonna
so sorry. Do you
the
think at
Israelites.
work that they should? Do you think they should beat you at work?
No, I don't get beaten at work.
Gotcha. Do you think it would be ethical to give your slaves chemical burns?
No, but there's some
Why
people
would
that-
it be ethical to beat your slaves, but it wouldn't be ethical to give your slaves chemical burns? Why not?
I said it is right for someone to be punished for disobedience.
Yeah.
why
So
we're
would it be
talking
right to
specifically
punish them
about
by giving them
a
chemical burns?
I don't. What have they done?
They've been disobedient.
Bro, you're talking about a medieval time. And when
Yeah,
Jesus came back-
yeah. So I'm just asking,
when
would it be
Jesus- when
just
Jesus
to
came back,
punish
it
your
says in the
slaves
New
by giving them
Testament-
chemical burns? Would that have been
It says
just?
in the New Testament, bro, when Jesus came back, which is in the same Bible.
Would
you're referring
it have
to,
been just to
you're
give them
just talking
chemical
about
burns? Would that
Old
have been
Testament.
just?
Jesus said, "I want you to love each other." as
Would
you
it
love
have been
yourself."
just to give your slaves chemical burns? Is that just?
I'm not going to answer that question because
Yeah, because you know that the answer tears your worldview in half. Because you know that if you answer it, do you think not answering the question, saying out loud, "I'm not answering this question,"
I
makes
want
your
to know why
worldview
you
look
won't- why you won't
robust?
talk to
Wait,
me
you are
about-
literally
No,
one
let
question
me
away
ask
from
you
your
a
entire
question.
worldview collapsing,
No, let
and
me
you
ask you a question,
know
'cause it's still about
that
I
you are
haven't pleaded
one
I haven't
question
moved
away
on
from
to
your
any other
worldview
things
collapsing,
other
which is
than
why you don't
Leviticus.
answer the one question.
I
You're
want to
scared.
ask you about
You're
Leviticus.
scared.
Is it moral? Is it moral or is it immoral that God said to the Israelite people, "You can take these people who are slaves anyway and are being trapped very horribly. You can bring them into your land and they can serve you, and you have to treat them a lot better. But if they disobey you, you can punish them. Is that immoral, or is that moral that God's took
No,
them out
that's
of the land?
immoral. Engaging in an immoral action is immoral, actually. So if you see like a purse on the sidewalk, and you know that if you don't steal it, someone else will. That doesn't mean that it's moral to steal the purse and then put some of the money back where you found it and then keep on moving. Engaging in an immoral action is immoral. Newsflash.
I mean, good point. I might have to recheck my sources.
Well, do you got anything else for me?
No, to be honest, one question out of curiosity: have you ever tried religion yourself, or is it just something?
Yeah, I
you've
was
never
born a
really-
Christian, yeah. And then I discovered logic.
And you was raised a Christian.
Yeah, I was.
Was you just raised as that, or did you ever actually engage with it yourself?
Oh, I was
Or
just
were you
raised that. I
taught
never
to
actually
raise-
engaged with it. No, they took me to
You
the
never
fucking church every Sunday.
But you
It was
never like
boring.
engaged with it on a personal level.
Yeah, wait, but I'm probably just gonna move on to the next guest. I'm not really interested in talking about like personal whatever. I think it's kind of irrelevant. What I'm looking for is debates. If you have a convincing argument, I'm not interested in forming a relationship with a god if I don't know that they exist. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen though, sharing it with your friends, doing all this good stuff. Making sure you're dropping that follow. Onto the gifters. What do we got? Cyber, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail Cyber, hail 666, and a big hail Satan. I appreciate the hell out of it. On Cash App, we got Jaren, thank you so much for the $1 on Cash App. Big W, Jaren, and a huge W, Cyber. I appreciate the fuck out of that. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. If you don't meet that criteria, then I'm not going to talk to you. And with that, we'll go to the very next guest. Or actually, before that, if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. You can go play bingo, do question mark God. You can play God bingo. Robert. Double tapping on that screen, getting this all the way up to 200K as we go to the next guest. What's up, Navi?
What's up, man?
Yeah, how old are you?
I'm 24.
And, excuse me, what religion?
Christian.
Gotcha. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that my strongest, which I'm not, strong personally in, but have heard it be strongly presented, would be the transcendental argument.
Gotcha. Give the argument.
So have you heard of TAG? So do we know what we're working with here?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so it's just going to be a presuppositionalist argument. And
Yeah,
it
gotcha.
also questions the skeptic's argument as well with your basis of knowledge, foundation for logic and all of those things, right?
Yeah, so what makes this a good presupposition? Why would you want to presuppose a book that is riddled with contradictions and says that slavery is cool?
Yeah, so interestingly enough, I've listened to multiple of your contradictions. I've kind of been in and out of your stream a lot. In the beginning, I thought you sounded smart, but now I just think you just sound arrogant and like.
Yeah, I'm not really interested in your debate advice.
That's fine, but honestly, theologically speaking, you need some help, really.
Yeah, wait, that's so interesting. Wait, you're so theologically inept that you can't even give the argument. What's premise one of the transcendental argument?
Well, I can't tell you premise one, but I can.
Yeah, no, you have no fucking idea. Do you want me to give you premise one of the transcendental argument? So premise one is that if X, where X is any proposition, then God exists. X, therefore God exists. That's the
Right.
transcendental argument.
Right. And I can sum that up in some words, but in a premise, probably not. But that doesn't show any kind of.
Yeah, gotcha. So go ahead and prove that if a premise is true, if any premise is true, then God exists. Go ahead and prove that.
But again, theologically speaking, yeah, you need help.
Yeah, wait, I'm not going to take debate advice from you. You don't even know the premises of your own argument.
That's fine. I just said that.
Yeah. So what's the argument for premise one that if a proposition is true, then God exists? What's the argument for that?
Yeah. So obviously, it's the fact that you have no foundation for your knowledge.
Oh, okay, gotcha. And could you demonstrate that foundation for knowledge is impossible under a worldview where God doesn't exist?
Yeah, so shifting the burden of proof is fine with me, but
you literally said that you'd give the
Obviously, the
argument.
claim-
It's not. You are literally trying to shift the burden of proof.
Yeah, so the obvious claim is that you have no foundation because you cannot prove any foundation.
Yeah, go ahead and prove that claim.
So in the theistic worldview, there is a better foundation for logic.
Yeah, go ahead and prove that claim. What's the argument?
Than any atheistic explanation.
Yeah, go ahead and prove that claim. What's the argument?
Yeah, so again, you're shifting the burden of proof.
I'm not. It's your way. You're literally making the argument. I'm just asking you to prove your premises.
Yeah, so let's.
You don't
talk
even
about
understand
slavery
your own
Bible and
argument.
Yeah, so absolutely, I do actually.
You said my strongest argument is the transcendental argument for God. I asked you for the first premise, you didn't know it, so I gave it to you. Gave you your own first premise. And then I asked you for the justification for your first premise. Why is your first premise true? And you said, well, you're shifting the burden of proof. That's not true. You are.
No, what I said firstly, and just because I'm not presenting it, with a logical syllogism doesn't mean that I can't explain the argument in its fullness. The entire claim that I'm making is that you have no foundation. Just giving the argument a title, to your skepticism, you have no foundation in logic, in knowledge, in anything. Through the naturalistic worldview, you have nothing to explain where these metaphysical properties come from. The best explanation is God.
Yeah, so so you're making the affirmative claim. What's your argument for the affirmative claim?
Can you talk in layman terms? Because I'm not.
Yeah, so the person who makes the claim about reality has the burden of proof. So you made the claim that atheism has no foundation for things like logic or morality. So I'm just asking you, because you made the affirmative claim, you made the claim, it's your burden to prove that atheism has no foundation.
So me saying you have nothing in a infinite regression, how do I show you infinite regression? How do I show you nothingness? That's
your burden.
That you have nothing for that.
Well, wait. How do you know that I have nothing?
Let me rephrase in a question. Where is your foundation for logic?
Wait. So do you see what happened just now?
Yeah, you use mental gymnastics to try and get through the transcendental argument.
Wait, that's really, really nice. No, what actually happened is that you shifted the burden. I asked you for justification for one of your premises, and you asked me, well, what's your justification? Well, what is your foundation? That's really nice. You literally just shifted the burden of proof.
No, I'm rephrasing the question.
Every time you ask somebody a question to prove one of your premises, you're shifting the burden of proof.
Well, listen, just because you have some degree or some extra studies in logic and how things like that work doesn't mean that you're on any kind of high ground. You play these mental gymnastics in your live and try and confuse the guests, and you have no understanding of theology whatsoever.
I think you're actually quite confused. You don't understand the burden of proof. You don't understand any part of your own argument.
Well,
you didn't even know your own syllogism.
Yeah, philosophy is a very large study that takes many years to really get down, so that's fine. I'm not worried about that.
Yeah, so I'll give you a lesson right now.
Information is real interesting, but
if you make the affirmative claim, you need to give an argument for the affirmative claim.
Yeah, so my argument is you have nothing.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, what's the justification? What's the proof of that argument? Go ahead and give me the argument for that premise.
Again, the naturalistic worldview has no explanation to where these...
Prove it.
How do you want me to prove that?
It's your claim. That's your burden.
So saying something doesn't exist, and then I restructured and I asked you the question, what is your foundation for logic?
Exactly. You're shifting the burden.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so this is... Oh, so you're fine with shifting the burden, to be clear.
Sure.
Gotcha. And you're calling me philosophically and theologically inept.
No, I said theologically.
Okay, gotcha. So you're calling me theologically inept, and you admit that you're just shifting the burden.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay, gotcha. I'm not going to let you shift the burden. Give the proof.
Yeah, so it's not going to happen.
You can't. So just to be clear, you can't prove your argument.
It's obvious that you have no structure for knowledge.
It's not obvious at all. I have tons of knowledge.
Things come naturally.
Wait. So, yeah, okay. I'll give you a piece of knowledge, and you can tell me how it's not possible to know this under naturalism. When I feel happy, I feel happy.
What I'm saying is the metaphysical.
Wait. Do I know that when I feel happy that I feel happy? Do I know that?
Absolutely.
Yeah, gotcha. Wait. So, how can I? In what way am I not able to account for the fact that when I feel happy, I feel happy? I'm quite literally experiencing it.
So you're again going through mental gymnastics. I find the atheists do
What's
this
the,
a
what's
lot.
the mental gymnastic? Wait, nobody cares about the meta
So,
commentary.
can
Wait,
we
I don't
define
know why
words
you're doing
then?
meta
Can we
commentary.
define-
You're
can
literally
we
getting
define
slammed in
words
this
then?
discussion right now. You
So let's-
didn't know your own syllogism. You didn't realize that you were shifting the burden of proof, and then you got
Again,
folded
just
on it
'cause you
so
have a
hard that
str-
you accepted that you're shifting
you're-
the burden
you're
of proof.
dealing with layman's,
I'm just not
dude.
interested in this
Yeah,
burden
that's fine.
shifting.
That's fine. You're dealing with layman's and using all of these extracurricular words. It's kind of lame. If you want to have a real,
I'm not going to take
discussion,
debate
we can do
advice from
that.
you. You're getting slammed.
It's not debate advice. It's the fact that you're using mental gymnastics to try and win the argument. When
Yeah,
we
I'm
haven't
not
gotten
going to
past the
take
fact that you have
philosophical advice
nothing-
from you. You didn't even know your own argument.
Yeah, you have nothing. You have nothing. no
This is just
foundation
armchair
whatsoever
psychology.
for-
Wait, do you want some more fun armchair psychology? I'll give you an argument.
Sure.
Premise 1: if God exists, then I know that He exists. Premise 2: I don't know that He exists. Conclusion: God doesn't exist.
No.
Yeah, which premise do you reject?
The second one. What'd you say on the second?
Oh
premise?
wait. So we got a mind reading Mandy over here. That
So are we gonna-
so
are we
you
gonna
think
talk
that
about
I
scripture or
do
go
think that
through
God exists? You are the
philosophical
opinion that I
gymnastics?
actually do think that God exists. Is that correct?
I'm not going to answer your question. Are we going to?
Oh, you're not going to answer the question because you are philosophically
I
inept.
think
You
you're
are
worried about
way out
going
of
into
your
scripture
depth.
with me. I think you're really worried about going into scripture with me.
Wait. You literally said that you wanted to present the transcendental argument for God. No one's buying
you said,
it.
"What's your best argument?"
I
I would
asked
say
you what
that
your
that's
best
my
argument
best
was.
argument.
You said the transcendental argument for God. So we walked through the transcendental argument. You got slammed on it. So I gave you an argument. You got bodied on it. You literally had to admit, I'm not answering any of your questions when I try to give you an argument. And now, finally, you're saying you don't want to go to the scripture with me. I will
didn't say that from the
gladly.
beginning.
I will
I said
gladly go to
theologically,
the
you're
scripture with you.
embarrassing.
You
Theologically,
never said
you're
what
embarrassing.
you said at the beginning was that you wanted to go through the transcendental argument for God.
No, I didn't say I wanted to go through it. You said, "What's your best argument?" I said the transcendental argument tag because you
Yeah.
have no foundation for anything.
Yeah,
So,
gotcha.
and you
Wait, so
wanted to
that's so
break it down
cool.
by
Yeah, so you got
syllogism.
folded on that.
Nobody
and then
wanted
I
to
gave
go
you
into
an
that in the
argument,
first
got
place.
folded on that one too. So,
Yeah, so-
do you have a new argument that you want to give?
No, I want to talk about scripture. I want to talk about the
Scripture's an argument.
Interpretation, misunderstanding.
You are philosophically and theologically illiterate. Scripture is literally an argument if you can prove the truth of Scripture.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of truth claims within scripture, but I specifically want to talk about your contentions, which have been
the slavery,
the commands made in 1 Samuel, anything. I mean, we can start with slavery, to be honest.
Yeah, wait. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, let's do slavery.
Yeah.
Are you of the opinion that slavery is wrong?
In all contexts, no.
Oh, and in what context do you think slavery is chill?
Yeah, so when we're comparing slavery to modern terms versus
Wait,
obviously,
that's I didn't fucking
general.
ask. What context do you think slavery is chill?
Yeah, so I'm giving the explanation in my answer.
Yeah, I said nothing about modern times. I'm just asking you, when is slavery chill?
So if there's a dichotomy between modern time, wouldn't there be an answer in that on why there would be a context?
No, nobody brought up modern times. Slavery just means
Okay,
owning
in
people
my
as a
argument,
possession.
I am, though, Ian.
Yeah, gotcha. Wait, so is it to explain that you think it's fine in modern times?
No, I absolutely
Because
don't
if
think
it's
it
not to
is.
say that you think
We
it's
have a
fine in modern
different
times,
understanding
you
of
can
modern
leave out
slavery.
this stuff about modern times and just jump right to the stuff where you actually think that it's acceptable.
Our closest, experience with slavery has been the slave Atlantic.
Yeah, so when I say slavery, all I mean is owning a person as property.
Okay, so we can define those things. Owning a person as property, obviously, had it been done in scripture, would be fine in scripture, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. So in what
So in the
scenarios do you think
context
owning a
of-
person as property is fine?
To pay off a debt, maybe?
Gotcha. Do you okay, gotcha. So what's the scripture verse that says that all these people were indebted?
So it actually doesn't. It specifically says.
Oh, it
you can
doesn't.
you can own people after a war has taken place for their ancestry, basically.
Gotcha. Wait, so why would I infer that this is for debt when that doesn't seem to be the case at all?
But you question when it would be, so I gave the answer, right?
Yeah,
So
okay, gotcha.
obviously
Wait.
now
So do you
different-
acknowledge that the
there's
slavery in the Bible is
different
that are there
definitions
any
of
other
slavery.
circumstances where slavery is acceptable?
I couldn't give you a full answer. In my opinion, no. But if that's not the opinion of God, then that's not the opinion of God.
Gotcha. So then you would just be disagreeing with God. That's totally fine. So
again, I said I don't know his opinion fully, but if I go off the context of Scripture, I can tell you one thing is he didn't command it to happen first. In the Old Testament, we're dealing with a fallen world. And also, I think it's interesting how you go to Judeo.
Why didn't God say no slaves?
Christianity, which is interesting to me as well.
Why didn't God say no slaves?
Actually, in the New Testament, it says there are neither slave nor free.
Why? Wait, was God right? Was it good in the Old Testament when God said that you can own slaves? Was that good?
Define good.
However you define it. It's an internal critique, big dog.
Define good. You just
it's an internal critique, however you define it.
Okay. Re-ask your question then.
Yeah. Was it good when God said that you can own slaves?
Will you allow me to say I don't know?
Is everything that God does good?
Oh, absolutely. But he never commanded it. So I already said that. He never commanded.
No, but when he said when the law he put forward was that you can own slaves.
Did God put forth that law or did Moses?
Yeah, God did. Leviticus 25:1. The Lord said to Moses, and then all that stuff.
You said Leviticus 5:1, right?
25:1.
25:1. Yeah, this is talking about Sabbath.
Leviticus 25:1?
Yeah, the Lord spake to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to me."
Yeah, wait, you just got to read all the way down to 44. It's all God throughout the entirety of it. It's God speaking to. Do you even know the context of Leviticus?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what's the context of Leviticus?
I mean, you have. It's the Levitical law. It's laying down. It's right before.
Yeah. Who is laying out the Levitical law to who?
It's God laying down the Levitical law to Moses.
Gotcha. So then when God says you can own slaves, in Leviticus when it says, here are the laws around slaves, this is God telling Moses.
Well, so note, because in the New Testament, if we cross-reference, we have a scripture where Jesus says that Moses allowed divorce because their hearts were hardened. However, I tell you, so there's obviously a inference where Moses is the one laying down some laws, right? Because we have the 10
No,
Commandments,
this is who's being quoted?
637 or what it is.
This verse is in quotes. This verse is in quotes. Who's it quoting?
Okay, which one is it again? 41 or 42? Right?
44 through 46. Verses in quotes. Who's being quoted?
Yeah, so 44 is not quoted. Actually, it's 39 that's being quoted.
It is quoted. It's also in 44. 44 is also being quoted.
Oh yeah, there's no end quotes. You'd be right. If any of you can fall under difficulty and become dependent on you, you shall support them. Hold on, sorry.
It literally says in 55, they are my servants whom I brought out of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Oh no. He literally finishes it by saying, like, what's up? I'm God.
Yeah, so there's no end quotes on that. So how do you inference that?
Yeah, wait. So when it says, I'm the Lord your God, who do you think is talking?
Where would the end quote be then?
55, when it says, I'm the Lord your God, who do you infer is talking? Who is talking when it says, I'm the Lord your God? Who is that?
Yeah,
Who's talking? Who's the speaker?
Yeah, it would be God, obviously. If
Gotcha.
saying,
Yeah.
God.
So
but if
that's
this is coming onto another man, right? There's obviously if Christ is saying in the New Testament that God or that Moses allowed this, then obviously Moses has some inference on or some influence on laws and what's taking place, and he's still a man.
It's a quote from God. It's God's quote. God is being quoted. It's literally God speaking.
Yeah, so I wouldn't agree that every single word for word in this manuscript is word for word what God is saying.
So there are lies in the Bible. The Bible contains falsehoods. The Bible misrepresents the word of God. Is that correct?
Well, there's documented times when that happens. Yeah.
Gotcha. Wait. So the Bible contains falsehoods.
No, it doesn't contain falsehoods. In the
God. So then everything in the Bible is true. Everything in the Bible is true.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha. So then it's true that God said all of 44 through 46.
Right, again, so I'm going to say this again, like I said earlier, we're looking at this in the context of a fallen world. And when I cross-reference to Jesus saying that Moses allowed this because their hearts were hardened, this is an obvious proof text to the fact that it was allowed because their hearts were hardened, meaning that it was a fallen world. So these things were taking place.
Wait, so, and I'm so sorry, wait, so who is the person who gave the law?
It would be Moses. What law? Because you have
the law that says that you can own slaves. So wait. So I just want to be clear. So like 11 verses later, when it says, "I am the Lord your God," after non-stop straight quotes, you think that this is Moses talking?
I'd say that some of it is, yeah.
So which parts was Moses speaking? And can you find me? So if I let's just do like a quick Control F. Moses. How many times do you think the name Moses appears in Leviticus 25? Once at the start, when it says, "The Lord said to Moses at Mount Sinai." This is not Moses speaking, this is God. If we do
spoke to him, yeah.
If we do Lord, it appears 6 times. So we can the Lord said to Moses at Mount Sinai, must observe a Sabbath to the Lord, but in the 7th year, the land is to have a year of Sabbath rest, a Sabbath to the Lord. I am the Lord your God. I am the Lord your God. I am the Lord your God. Those are the 6 occurrences of the Lord. So telling me that I'm theologically inept is laughable coming from you.
I mean, you still are, because again, I've already mentioned that this isn't laying down the initial law for owning slaves. It's actually more of a like an authority over it. It's putting a law to it. Like for instance, another scripture when it says you can't beat them, and if you beat them to the point where they're unalived, then you're to be put to unalivement.
No,
right? So
it says that you can beat them.
It says you can, but it says if you beat them to a point where they are unalived after, I think, like 3 days or something, then you're to be put to unalivement. So these are obvious things that are putting authority to things that are already taking place.
Yeah, that's totally cool. Wait, so why didn't God say no slaves?
I don't think Scripture mentions it from Genesis to Revelation, but we have inference where everybody is equal under Christ. Like I said,
but it just doesn't mention it. Of course. Oh, yeah, it just doesn't mention it.
Again, we're dealing with the 1st century for the New Testament, and then upwards of 7,000 years before the 1st century. Like these are literal Stone Age. You believe that we come from fish who probably ate each other. Like what is your contention with it?
Wait, you have to pivot to my worldview because you know your worldview is completely indefensible.
No.
Wait, because you got folded so hard on your own holy book. You need to pivot and make a critique of my worldview. You no longer want the internal critique.
No. I'd love
torn
it.
your internals
we can
apart.
Continue with multiple of them. I'll even give you some to
wait.
to
I'm just interested in this one. I want to see this one through.
Absolutely.
So, was it good when God said that you can own slaves?
Yeah, where's the direct quote where he says you can own slaves?
Yeah.
Because he's giving a law for how to own slaves, which was already happening. So it obviously
no, he's saying, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So this is God saying you can own slaves.
Let me ask you, was this happening worse or the same beforehand, before this law?
If you participate in a bad action, then that's bad.
I'm saying
if I steal a purse, even if I know that if I don't steal it, someone else will, I did the bad action of stealing a purse.
So for one, I want to ask 2 questions here. For one, was this happening before this law was given, yes or no? Before Leviticus?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, but just wait. So just because it was happening before doesn't mean that you can participate in it. If you participate in slavery, you're just doing slavery.
So had he snapped his finger and eliminated slavery, he'd be interjecting in our free will, right?
Yeah, wait, but you know what wouldn't be interjecting in our free will? If he said, "Thou shalt not own slaves." He said, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, he could have said, as for the male and female slaves whom you may not have, like slavery is an abomination. All those who enter the kingdom of God will release their slaves immediately.
Yeah. So interestingly enough, in the New Testament, we have sources that say there are neither free nor slave under Christ, and that you should release your slaves. Or there's actually scripture that says, slaves be good to your master and master be good to your slave. So obviously we're seeing this in a different context. This is why
that's just so nice. That's so
modern
nice.
Understanding of slavery.
Was it good when God said that you can own slaves?
In the context of the scripture, yeah.
Gotcha. So you think that slavery in the context of the scripture was good? So you think that there are contexts where slavery is good?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So you're pro-slavery with an asterisk.
Yeah, no, you can straw man my position on that all you want.
It's literally your. We all heard it. It's literally your position.
In the beginning, I said,
I'm always against slavery. I think slavery is always bad. But you think that there are sometimes where actually owning people is chill. So I got a question for you. Do you think it's moral to beat slaves? Do you think that's morally acceptable?
So what's your definition of slavery then?
Owning a person as a possession.
Let's hone in on the definition. Okay, so are you not owned by the United States government?
No, I'm not. The United States government is never going to come and beat me with a rod. Now, do you think it's moral to beat a slave with a rod? Yeehaw. Thank you so much, Sir Tripslot. Appreciate it.
As a moral objectivist, I would say that is immoral.
Gotcha. Oh, so then God commanded an immoral thing.
Can you tell me where he commands him to?
Yeah, he says that it's okay for you to do this. He lays down an immoral law.
So again, if he's putting I can't think of the word I'm looking for. If he's putting barriers around what's already happening, it's not him commanding it. Again, you've conceded that he didn't initially command it. It's happening before this command was given.
So what's the morally perfect statement? Is the morally perfect statement, thou shalt not beat your slaves? Or is the morally perfect statement, you can beat your slaves, but they need to recover after 1 or 2 days? Which is the morally perfect statement? Ace dude, thank you so much for the corgi. Appreciate it.
I wouldn't put words in the mouth of God if this is him directly quoting, which I disagree with every word. But what I would say that is there has to be punishment, and in the context of if there was not this happening, we wouldn't even be here today.
Yeah, wait. So would it be moral to give your slaves chemical burns?
Yeah, I heard you ask this earlier. Though I don't know why you're making
if it's okay to beat your slave with a rod, is it okay to give your slave chemical burns?
I would say no. I think
gotcha. So why is it okay to beat your slave with a rod, but it's not okay to give your slave chemical burns? What's the morally relevant distinction?
It's the intent behind it. You're being punished for. I mean, what is the slave being?
Whatever you'd punish them for by beating them with a rod, you punish them for by giving them chemical burns.
No, I mean that.
What's a thing that you think would be justified to beat your slave with a rod? What context do you think it's okay to give your slave chemical burns?
I already said it's not.
Yeah. So whatever context you think it's okay to beat your slave with a rod in, you could just replace that with giving them chemical burns. So what's the morally relevant distinction between beating your slave with a rod and giving them chemical burns?
I said the intent already.
So what's the difference in intent? Why can't you just have the same intent doing the action?
If we're looking at it into the context of long-lasting pain or abuse or whatever it is, then it obviously says if they don't recover, then you should be put to death. So chemical burns would be a long-lasting thing, whereas if you're being beat, you're going to recover. So I mean, again, I'm not a slavery apologist. I'm not saying that I support slavery, especially not in the modern context. But if we're talking about ancient times, these people, there was indentured servitude. There was instances where war took place and they would capture the men and women. We're talking about ancient times. And I already said earlier, it's funny how you're taking Judeo law to disprove the Christian worldview, which is interesting to me.
Yeah. So I mean, it's like an easy contradiction. So according to Very Well Health, chemical burns can be as short as like 2 days long to recover. So if you give your slave a chemical burn and they recover within 2 days, would that be all right?
Okay, well, if you're putting acid versus bleach, then I mean, come on, like you're again generalizing it, and I think that you're being ambiguous with your terms, which is
is it morally acceptable to give your slaves chemical burns as long as they recover in 2 days?
Did I not answer this already like 3 times, I think?
Yeah. So what's the relevant distinction?
Okay, so then you can ask for the symmetry breaker instead of asking the same question.
Yeah. What's the symmetry breaker? It's the question.
Okay.
Yeah. What's gonna be the symmetry breaker here?
Again, I told you long-lasting.
Yeah. So what if you give them one that doesn't last very long?
I mean, who knows? Maybe it happened. I mean,
would it be okay if it didn't last too long?
Honestly, I think it's I think you're being disingenuous with the questioning right now.
I'm so sorry, but you're just not answering it, and I think you know that if you answer it, you look fucking crazy, because it is fucking crazy that your God said that you can beat slaves with a rod. That is crazy, and it is crazy because the natural conclusion is that you have no moral reason to not do other things to them, like give them chemical burns.
I mean, if it wasn't commanded, then that would be the logical reason. It doesn't mention it in scripture, so again, you're making a really far out claim on something that's not even mentioned in scripture.
Oh, also, so it says, but if the slave survives a day or two, so it's not being fine. The thing is not like they need to be fine. It's that they need to survive for at least 2 days. So you can give lots of people chemical burns and they'll survive for at least 2 days. So now the burden is back to you. So they actually don't care about long-lasting impact in beating people with rods. What they actually care about is whether or not your slave survives for 2 days. So do you think it's moral to give your slaves chemical burns? And if not, what's the moral distinction?
Again, I don't think it is, and it's because it's not mentioned in scripture. That's
gotcha. Wait, so do you think fucking children is wrong?
I mean, that phrasing that way was crazy. Again, in modern times, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wait, who's the moral relativist now? And I'm sorry, could you show me the scripture where it says that having sex with kids is wrong?
I can't tell you there is one. I know that.
Yeah, there isn't one. Wait, so how do you ground the wrongness of it when there's no scripture telling you that it's wrong?
Man laying with boys shouldn't happen, and that.
Yeah. Wait, so how do you ground the wrongness of it?
In modern lenses.
Oh, gotcha. So you just rely on your non-God worldview.
No, it wouldn't be my non-God. I mean, laws change.
Joe, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Big based on the laws around them, and we're commanded to follow the laws of the land. So if the laws of the land change, we follow them. So it would be amoral then, I guess, in my opinion.
It would be amoral?
Well, I think
so. If I took you back in time in a time machine, if I took you in a time machine back to like the time period of Jesus, and I brought you a 6-year-old, would you do it?
That's disgusting.
Would it be wrong to do it?
I think it's really weird that you're probably thinking about this right now. And it's really
oh, dog, it's literally your worldview. It's a critique of your worldview. You can't produce a single reason why this would be wrong in your worldview.
Because you don't have anything.
You're not going to be able to know your way out of this. You're not going to be able to know your way out of this. It's not going to work.
Yeah, I can.
Would it be wrong? Would it be wrong for a person to do that if they got teleported back in time? Would that be wrong?
So, atheists do this a lot. Like, why do you?
Oh my God! Who cares about the meta commentary? I'm not going to take debate advice from you. You're getting slammed. You got slammed on your own religion, dog. Wait, I'm not interested in the meta commentary. I'm interested in the answer to the question. I'm interested. Wait. Notice how you refuse to answer the question. Would it be wrong to go back in time and do that to a child? Would that be wrong?
I mean, I guess it depends on what scripture is basing as the,
It depends. The answer to would it be wrong to rape a child? It depends.
Okay, rape a child. Nice.
Wait. Do you think sex with kids can be anything other than rape? Do you think kids can consent?
I mean, again, that's in the modern lenses. It's statutory rape if you.
Do you think kids could consent back then? Do you think kids could consent back then? Yes or no?
I mean, I don't know. I exist 2,000, if not 6,000 years after that, so I couldn't give you an answer on that. I know that there's the gene pool has completely changed, but nonetheless,
you're not sure.
I already said in my modern.
You're not sure if a 6-year-old could consent back then.
Okay,
You don't know?
Say 6-year-old, but no, I would say.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, we can do like a 9-year-old, 12-year-old.
I think that's what I meant
Robert,
by
thank you
depends
so
on
much.
scripture. We have early church fathers who who have laid these laws out, and I would say that there's some, because I lean more towards a Orthodox worldview. I've seen Orthodox fathers condemn those fathers, so it's like, I mean, yeah.
Wait, so I just want to be clear. So you're agnostic to the question of whether or not like a 12-year-old could consent.
Did you ask if I'm agnostic? Sorry, I got a call.
Yeah, are you agnostic to what? Excuse me, I was thrown up a bit. Are you agnostic to the question about whether or not a 12-year-old could consent? Robert, thank you so much for the boxing glove. Appreciate it.
In the Old Testament or now?
Ever. Could a 12-year-old ever consent?
I would be agnostic.
You're agnostic to whether you don't know whether a 12-year-old could consent?
I mean, there's there's some arguments that Mary in the scripture was 12 to 14. So
yeah.
It's like,
what the fuck, God? Why would God impregnate a 14-year-old?
Well, I mean, again, I think this is, again, a question for you on your worldview, how that makes any sense, why it would be wrong anyway.
You're retreating the tag, really?
No, well, I mean, it's a fair question. Like, where under your worldview is this?
I'm not gonna, dog. You don't know if 12-year-olds can consent. You want me to ground the wrongness of graping a child? Wait, do you think it's wrong that God impregnated Mary? Because you actually need to be committed to the position that impregnating a 12-year-old was good.
No,
it was
absolutely
morally
not.
perfect that God impregnated this 12-year-old.
You only have 1 to 2 sources on that anyway. So it's like that's not even a justified truth claim anyway.
So the way that they arrive at the age of Mary is just based on the age of the typical Jewish girl at the time. Otherwise, Mary would have been, married off.
Right. So again, that there's only 1 to 2 sources that mention an age, and that's early apostolic fathers who mention those things. I think it's Ignatius and somebody else. But anyway, and I would say no, it's not wrong. Obviously, that
it's not wrong that God impregnated a kid.
No, because then you'd be in a logical contradiction if you say the all good doer did something wrong.
Yeah, and you'd be in insanity, disconnected from reality, if you affirmed that it was right, it was morally perfect.
I answered you down to the bone now. So where in your worldview does this suppose that it is wrong?
That's fine. That's fine. I'll give you this last argument. Just because you're curious, the wrongness is present in the suffering itself, in the qualitative experience. Just as the sky is blue, suffering is experienced as bad. So the suffering of a child who gets raped when they can't consent because they could never consent. Whenever this happens, they experience a tremendous amount of suffering.
Oh, okay, that was it?
Yeah, that was it.
Why does that matter to you if you're
because
going
it's
to...
qualitatively experienced as bad. It's like asking why the sky is blue. It's just experienced that way.
So who gave you that understanding?
My own qualitative it is qualitatively experienced to everyone. It is quite literally the bad feeling.
Then who tells you that that's what it is?
It is. Nobody told me that. It's experienced that way. In the same way the sky is experienced as blue, suffering is experienced as bad. Well, I'm probably going to move on to the next one. By the way, that guest, in case you have no idea, and in case you weren't here for the beginning of the discussion, that guest called me theologically inept, and then proceeded to get folded on every point and then defend schmetophilia. Not defend. That's a mischaracterization. Be agnostic towards schmetophilia. He wasn't sure whether or not a 12-year-old could consent. He had no idea. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Drop in that follow as well if you're enjoying the debates. You never want to miss one in the future. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Let's check out the gifts, the gifters. But yeah, if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. We talk politics, religion, philosophy. We do reading groups. We just read a paper. We're currently reading a paper about how to deal with presuppositionalists. So if you liked the way that I handled that presuppositionalist, if you want to learn all of those arguments, please feel free to come and join the Discord and check it out. Vivian, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Vivian. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. Mitchell, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Venmo. Hail, Mitchell. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. I'm sorry, I'll do that again because I fucked it up. Hail, Mitchell. Hail, 666. Hail, Satan. Thank you so much. And then I think that's it, but I appreciate all the gifters. All right, on to the next one. But keep on double tapping on that screen. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. As we move into the very next one, into the very next guest. Where are the red lights? Yeah, I've been trying to streamline the process, trying to keep it like high energy and moving quick. I feel like the streams didn't move very quick. Hey, what's up? How's it going? The official Robbie Harold.
What's up, man? How are you doing?
Yeah, how old are you?
I am 27.
And what religion are you?
I am not religious at all. I'm spiritual, but I do believe in the God of the Bible.
Oh, fuck, I kicked him too soon. I'm only looking, I totally would have, damn. Shoot me. You're welcome to come back up and request. Heath, thank you so much for the $20 on Venmo for critical thinking. I love you, Heath. Thank you so much. Big W. That's incredible. Big W, Heath, in that comment section. But share it with your friends. Double tap on that screen. Do all that good stuff. So we try to get the next guest on up in here. Yeah, I don't know. I get scared off when people say spiritual because I'm worried that they're about to waste my time and my viewership will drop to 0. What's up, Dylan? How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
Yeah, how are you doing? How old are you?
31.
And what religion?
Christian.
Okay, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Oh, second.
Do you want me to come back to you in just a second, or how long?
No, I'm good. Can you say that again?
Yeah, what's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
The Bible.
Okay, and I got the important question for you. What's the evidence that the Bible is true?
I mean, you have numerous books written by numerous authors over.
Which ones?
Do what?
Which ones?
I mean, the books written by numerous authors who all coincide together.
Which books?
Every book.
Like Isaac Newton's like Intro to Calculus?
Don't even know nothing about that.
Yeah, you said every book.
Oh, books of the Bible.
Oh, gotcha. So the proof of the Bible is the Bible itself. Gotcha. So, could you tell me why my power strip isn't working?
It's obviously plugged into itself.
Yeah, it needs to be plugged into something else. Similarly, you can't just say the Bible is true because the Bible is true. You need to cite something other than the Bible to prove the truth of the Bible.
The Bible tells us to live by faith, and you're already taking that out when you said we can't use our personal faith.
Yeah, it's because I'm looking for debates and
varies from everybody else's testimony that leads us to faith, and you don't want to debate on that, which is understandable. This is yours.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm looking to debate, and unfortunately, personal experiences can't be debated. You could literally just be making the entire thing up, and there's absolutely no way to verify any part of it. So unless your personal experience has been documented and scientifically studied, I'm just not interested.
That's understandable.
Yeah. So do you have an argument for why the Bible is true?
Okay. In elementary school, did you ever play the little game telephone where you whisper something in someone's ear Go around the classroom. and it
Yeah, I
comes back.
did, and it always got the message all mangled. Yeah.
And so over thousands of years, the Bible still remains intact the way it was originally written.
Oh, how do you know that?
I mean, that goes back to faith, which I can't use. So
Gotcha. Wait, so you don't have any evidence that that actually is the case? You just hope that that's the case.
what's the odds? I mean, it's worth considering if a book made up of many books from all different time spans across that time period by a bunch of different authors all comes back to the same conclusion. I mean, what's the odds that it's not worth considering?
Yeah, I just need any evidence for it. All the Spider-Man comics assert that Spider-Man is real, but just because there's so many Spider-Man comics, that doesn't mean that Spider-Man is real. So I just need the evidence that the Bible is actually true, that it's describing real things.
No, I wasn't there back then.
Okay, should I move on to the next guest, or do you have evidence?
What is your problem with the Bible?
Oh, the Bible endorses the unaliving of children, says that grapists should marry their grape victims, and says that slavery is chill. That's my problem with the Bible.
It says slavery is chill?
Yeah, in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, it says that you can own people as property.
So are we paying them?
No. Typically, when you own a person as a possession, do you pay your water bottle?
In the same book you just quoted, it says to treat them fair and pay them a fair wage.
Where does it say to?
Exodus.
And where does it say to pay your slave a fair wage? Can I see?
Well, I mean, my Bible app is literally on my phone. I mean, go look it up. It says it in Leviticus. It says it in Exodus. It says it in Malachi.
Okay, wait. Pay your slaves a fair wage verse. I'm not seeing anything. Oh, wait, okay. So is this referring to Hebrew slaves? I'm actually not seeing, in fact, I'm not seeing anything that says you should pay your slaves a fair wage from Exodus or Leviticus.
It does. It says it. I mean,
prove it. Which verse?
If I literally had my Bible, I could, but I mean, I don't have the greatest. I'm not going to sit here and argue that I'm a Bible scholar, but
yeah. Wait. So do you think beating your slaves is treating them well?
Beating them?
Yeah, beating them with a rod, as it says to do in Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Is that treating them well?
So if I'm paying someone for work and I walk in and they're, I don't know, stealing me blind, yeah, I'm probably going to put hands on them.
Gotcha. And do you think that so you are in favor of beating your slaves?
When was the word slaves that you're using introduced? Wasn't that 1200?
Yeah, so words.
They're servants.
Yeah, words are
Moses
entirely made
led
up.
the
Languages
slaves
are
out
entirely
like
made
he
up.
was told.
The English language has advanced a lot. The Hebrew word that is used means slave. Oh, thank you so much, Ambles. Appreciate that. Are you aware of the fact that we can translate words?
Oh, yes. So slave can also be translated as a servant.
Oh, do you own your servants? Do you beat your servants with a rod?
Do you pay your servants?
Yeah, you do pay your servants. They're employees. A servant is an employee. They're not a slave. You don't own them.
And it does say in the Bible to pay your servants.
That's nice, but it says that you can beat your slaves with a rod. Do you think it's okay to beat your slaves with a rod?
In today's time, absolutely not. I mean,
Was it ever okay?
For a servant?
Josh, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Yeah, was it ever okay to beat your slave with a rod? Josh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Big W, Josh.
Like I said, if I walk in and someone's stealing me blind that works for me, there's a good chance I'm putting hands on them.
Gotcha. Wait, so I just want to be clear. So you do think that it's acceptable to beat your slaves?
I mean, you're trying to put words in my mouth. I've already told you that it's servants that are paid that you can look up.
No, wait. So that's not the case though, and I actually will just ask you.
You're not going to admit that it says that to pay.
No, it doesn't say that. You haven't demonstrated. Oh, okay. Wait. If I want to admit it, then what verse is it? We'll read it out.
I can't use my phone right this second.
You have no
Take me
idea.
off here. Somebody, you look it up, dude. You're sitting.
I already looked it up. Nothing comes up.
Ask if the Bible says that they should pay their slaves a fair wage, and tell me.
Yeah,
what
so
it says.
I searched "pay your slaves a fair wage" verse.
Okay, look. I mean, people in the chat's coming through here. They're
Yeah,
saying where it
which
says
verse
it.
is it? Which verse in Exodus or Leviticus is it?
Chat. Okay, someone says Deuteronomy. It says it.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, is Deuteronomy the book of Exodus or Leviticus?
No, it is not.
Okay, gotcha. So you can see
It
that it's
says it
actually
in
not.
multiple places.
Gotcha. Wait, so certainly they'll be able to find the verse in Exodus or Leviticus.
The what?
So certainly they'll be able to find it in Exodus or Leviticus.
I'm
If it just says it all over.
Yeah, I'm almost positive it's there, but I mean, if it says it somewhere else.
Thank you so much for the Lucid Llama, Dave. Appreciate it.
Speaking of, see, what someone just said, Leviticus 22:11.
If a priest buys a slave with his money, the slave can eat the priest's food, and any children born to the priest's households can also eat the food. You can, so it's just saying, feed your slaves. Yeah, it also says that you can beat your slaves, so it's still using the word slave, you'll notice.
In the original text, it says slave.
Yeah, it does. Whoa, Josh, thank you so much. Big W, Josh, in that comment section. Appreciate that.
I don't think myself nor you can read the original text.
Do you want me to get someone who can read Hebrew?
Sure.
Yeah, I can send a text.
And then do you have access?
All right, yeah, I sent Justin from the Deconstruction Zone a message.
Okay, so apart from the slavery thing, what else do you just dislike about the Bible?
Well, actually, we can just infer what the slavery verse says based on the verse if you'd like to talk about it. So it says that you can own them as property, as a possession. So do you agree that slavery is when you own someone as a possession?
Yes, I do agree.
Gotcha. So do you agree that it says that you can own them as a possession?
Yes, it does say that.
Gotcha. So then you agree that it's talking about slaves?
I don't. I mean, are there not servants that have worked for the same family and continue to work for the same family until they're dead?
Gotcha. Okay, wait, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Wait, so because maybe we just I think we just missed each other there for a second because unfortunately it is deductive. You agree that a slave is when you own someone as property. You agree that in the Bible in 25 44 through 46 it talks about owning people as property, but you disagree that in the Bible it's talking about slaves. Is that correct? Is that an accurate summary?
Slaves that we generally think of was bad. I mean, I agree 100%. But did God not have Moses lead the slaves to freedom?
I'm just so sorry because I do need an answer. Is that an accurate summary of your argument that you accept that a slave is a person who you own as property? You accept that in the Bible it's referring to people who are owned as property in Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, and you reject that it's talking about slaves.
Sure, let's say it was talking about slaves. Sure.
Gotcha. Oh, perfect. So it is talking about slaves. So do you think it was good when God said that you can own slaves?
In the context you want me to say, then no, I'd say no.
Oh, gotcha. So you think God is not all good?
No, God is good.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, but you said God did something that was not good.
Do what?
But you said that God did something that was not good.
Did God free slaves?
I'm just asking you because you said that it was not good when God said that you can own slaves. You said that that's not good. So you agree that God did something that was not good. So God is not all good insofar as he does things that are not good.
Was there slaves in the Garden of Eden?
Wait, I'm so sorry, and I just need you to engage with the argument. I don't want you to like run to whataboutisms.
I'm going on the same argument.
Yeah, wait, but you're not. You acknowledge all the things
I'm going back to the same point. I assure you. Was there slaves?
Okay, wait. So do you affirm that God is both good and not good, or that he's both all good and also not all good?
No, God is good.
Okay, gotcha. So if God is all good, there's never anything that he does that is not good.
Like what?
I'm just asking you, do you agree that if God is all good, then there's nothing he ever does that is not good?
Yes, I agree. God does
Yeah,
not do
gotcha.
anything that's not good.
But it was not good for God to say that you can own slaves. Do you agree that it was not good for God to say that you can own slaves?
Was it in his original commandments to own slaves?
It was, yes, it's like literally the same interaction.
Where does it say in the commandments to own a slave?
It says in Leviticus, the book, it's the same interaction between God and Moses. It's just an extension of God talking to Moses in Exodus.
So
it is like the same conversation as the Ten Commandments, yeah.
We the people own the slaves.
That's nice, but God said that you could do it. Why would God say that you can do it instead of you can't do it?
Because people are, I mean, we're obviously bad. I mean, regardless of how good you try to be, you're still going to be bad.
Which is worse, owning slaves or eating shrimp?
Owning slaves.
Yeah, so why would God say no shrimp, but he wouldn't say no slaves?
Not sure.
Isn't that kind of morally inconsistent? If owning slaves is worse than eating shrimp, and he says no shrimp, then you would also expect him to say no slaves. But he didn't say no slaves. He said you can have slaves, and you can beat them with a rod if you really want to.
You can beat them with a rod if you really want to. Yeah, OSHA didn't exist back then. We didn't have workers' rights.
They're not workers. They're slaves. Workers get paid. Workers don't get beaten with a rod. They're not workers. They're slaves.
They were paid.
They're not paid. You can't produce the verse.
You can. I'm not sitting in front of a computer, and as the chat
I've been unable to.
You've not tried. You're just.
I have tried. Wait. What do you want me to search up for you?
Were slaves in the Bible paid?
Were slaves in the Bible paid? In the Bible, the majority of enslaved people were not paid, though some did receive a small amount of money. So, no, the majority of people were not paid.
So let's circle back to where the question you would answer.
Yeah, I probably would run away from that one too. Yeah.
No, it says it. I mean, I listen to the Bible every day. I just can't recall. I mean, I've always struggled with recalling exact books and chapters and verses. I mean, there's a lot.
Gotcha. Wait. So what point do you want to move to? What point would you like to pivot to next?
Oh no, same thing. Like I asked you earlier, were there slaves in the Garden of Eden?
No.
No, correct.
Well, actually, I'm sorry because I don't actually believe in the Bible. So.
Oh, I know you don't understand that, but you obviously know the Bible enough to argue it. So you know that in the Garden of Eden there was Adam and Eve.
Sure.
There was no sin.
Yep, sounds good. Hey. And then God said that you can own slaves.
No.
Yes.
No.
He says that you can own people as property. You've already conceded this. You conceded this like fucking 20 minutes ago. You can't just no.
Oh, I actually wasn't talking to you. I was talking to my boss.
Oh, okay, gotcha. At work,
Yeah, my
it's
bad.
crazy.
Yeah, I know. But no, what I was saying was there was no sin in the Garden of Eden, right?
Yeah, that's so
who
nice.
Who chose sin? According to the Bible.
Oh,
I mean, you know-
I'm
you know.
not. I'm so sorry. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe this.
I know you
I don't believe in
it,
this. This isn't. Nobody did, because the Garden of Eden didn't exist. Is going to be my answer to all of this. Any question that you ask me about God, I'm just going to say I'm so sorry. That's not true. I don't believe in this. You have presuppositions that I don't accept.
Well, okay.
You got anything else?
Nah, I don't reckon.
All right. Well, appreciate coming on up here. Make sure you are double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. If you're enjoying the stream so far, make sure you're leaving that follow as well. If you're in that guest request box, make sure that you're 18 or older, you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, and that you have an argument which does not involve personal experience. Let's see. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Will, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail, Will. Hail, 666. And a big hail, Satan. Appreciate that, Will. Big W, Will. On the Venmo. I think I already thanked Heath, but I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Heath. All right, this guy says he'll cook me. Let's see.
Yeah, hello.
Hey, how's it going? How old are you?
16.
You gotta be 18 or older, unfortunately. If you're not 18 or older, I can't talk to you. It's a violation of TikTok terms of service. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends, and I guess we'll just go in order. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly-Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Make sure you're dropping that follow, and if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I'd love to see you there. What's up? How's it going?
Hey, how you doing, man?
Yeah, doing well. How old are you?
I agree. I 100% agree with you with a comment, if you allow me. You know what I'm saying?
Do you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran?
I believe in a higher power.
But do you believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran?
No.
I'm so sorry. I'm only looking to debate people who believe in the God of the Bible, Torah, or Quran, because those are the people who are ruining our society, whereas all the rest of them are, I don't know. If you have like a spiritual deity and it helps you through the day, sounds good to me. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Kev?
Good. How you doing?
Yeah. How old are you?
59.
Yeah. And what religion?
Christian.
Okay. What's your strongest argument for the existence of God that does not involve personal experience?
Well, actually, that was one of them, but the other one is to prove the existence of God, I would say the Bible.
Gotcha. And I got the important question for you. What's the evidence that the Bible is true?
What evidence? Because a lot of it has been documented.
Like what?
Although that a lot of it has been changed through translations to try to make sense of it. But other than that, that's what I believe.
Gotcha. So which of it has been documented?
Because within the Bible, everything is documented as far as the time of things, as far as, because the Bible was designed just to give you what was going on at that time and how God dealt with it.
Which part is, you said it was documented. Which part is documented?
Okay, like they've documented things like the tombs of Jesus. They documented the land. The land is like Sodom and Gomorrah is still there to this day.
Okay, gotcha. So there's two things. First of all, nobody knows where the tombs of Jesus are. You're welcome to provide the link that says that they found it, and that's like archaeologically verified. Sodom and Gomorrah don't exist anymore, and nobody knows where they are. But you're welcome to disprove that claim either. So you're setting two things that have in fact not been verified.
Yeah,
nobody knows where either of these things are.
Well, they were documented. Like I said, I'm 59 years old. So a lot of this stuff was before Google and all this.
Yeah, so where can I check and see that these things are documented?
My thing is, I haven't saved that stuff, so I couldn't.
You have no idea. So I can demonstrate to you.
It's not that I have an idea.
Have hypotheses of where they are.
It's not that I don't have an idea. It's just like if I read a book and I knew what I read, and then somebody 10 years later asks me about what I read or show me what you read. I can't show you what I read because I don't have that book anymore.
Gotcha. Do you have a source on hand? Otherwise, I can't
No.
take the book that you read like
Well,
50 years ago.
I don't have a source on hand, no, because that's not what I was really. You asked me a question, and I just told you my
Yeah,
question.
and I told you why neither of those things are true. So do you have another argument?
And as far as like what you was talking about in Leviticus,
Gotcha. Yeah, what about it?
the way you're presenting it is not true because the thing about that is back in that time, God took them out of Egypt. They was being treated as slaves, but back then,
Yeah.
God didn't call it slaves. God said they were in bondage.
Oh, yeah. So they were taken out of Egypt as slaves so they could go to Israel and treat other people as slaves. Is that the correct order of events?
No, that wasn't the thing. They were
So
servants.
what's your
Because you gotta-
explanation of the verse where God says in Leviticus, you can own slaves, and then the verse in Exodus where he says, you can beat the slaves which you own? What's the explanation of that?
I haven't seen it.
I'll just read it to you. So Exodus 21, 20 through 21, where it says, when a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. And then Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, where it says, as for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness.
Okay, and this proves my point.
What's your point and how does this prove it?
Because what you just read, right, is translated totally different than what I'm fixing to read to you.
Gotcha. Yeah, W discrediting the Bible. So your excuse is that the Bible contains lies.
No, what I'm getting ready to tell you is that you misquoted. You got a new translation that you reading through Google. So what I'm getting
this is the NRSVUE. It's the academic standard. If you go to school to get like a Master's of Divinity or like a PhD in theology, this version is the version of the Bible that they will hand you if you try to study it at a higher level.
That's fine, but like I say, I got the Bible right here.
Which version are you reading out of?
I can read it to you.
Yeah, which version?
It's the King James.
Gotcha. Did you know that the King James talks about unicorns?
I don't know about all that, but
so I'll give you the unicorn verse if you're interested for when the King James talks about unicorns.
It's more of a metaphor. It's not an actual reality thing that they speaking on.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it's just it's all a metaphor. If it's just full of metaphors, then how do you know any of it's real?
Because just like when we give examples of things, we sometimes give an example to try to explain something to somebody to get them to understand what we're trying to explain to them.
Yeah, so how do you know which is a metaphor and which part's real?
How do you know what a metaphor is and which is real?
How do you know which parts of the Bible are metaphorical and which parts are real?
For things that comes through, that's why you have to be spiritual, because just like God
vibes,
said,
it's all, so you figure it out by vibes. That's all I wanted to hear. So the way you determine what's real and what's not real, what's metaphorical, vibes. It's pure vibes.
You say vibes, but vibes is no more than feelings.
Yeah, and that's what you're saying, that you just go based off of your feelings.
Feelings and spiritual is two different things.
Wait, so is it, do you have a feeling on which is real and what's metaphorical, and that's how you make the decision? Is that it?
No, I go on facts.
Yeah, so what facts lead you to believe whether something is metaphorical or literal? What facts?
Facts are when you actually see things, you actually read things, you actually study things, you actually get documented facts, those are facts.
Yeah, so that's just going to be a non-answer, right? Because what I'm asking you is, when you are reading the Bible, how do you tell whether a passage is metaphorical or literal? And your answer to me is that when you're reading the Bible, you tell whether it's metaphorical or literal by looking at the facts, by reading it.
You didn't let me finish. What I was explaining by that was, spiritually, just like God said, if you need to get an understanding of certain scripture, you have to pray to Him so He can send you the spirit of truth. The spirit of truth is what you get to understand. What you're
and do
reading.
you feel the spirit of truth?
Yeah, I always do.
So it's based on a feeling. So whether it's metaphorical or literal, it's based on a feeling.
Well,
so it's
not a-
feelings,
no,
it's
not a feeling.
vibes.
It's not a feeling. It's a spiritual or truth that God sends to you.
But it's something that you say that you feel it.
A feeling is touching. A feeling is if I pinch you. Ow.
No, it's
A
also
feeling-
it's
a feeling
other
is
things
if I
other
get
than
hurt.
touching. Because
A
if
feeling-
you
feeling
called me a
if I
mean
get-
name, I might feel sad. You don't need to touch me for me to
That's a
feel
feeling.
something.
A feeling is more of if you do something and it hurts my feelings. We're not talking about that. I'm
You
not
can
talking
feel
about-
happy. You can just look at a nice sunset and feel happy. So it's
I'm not
based on
talking-
feelings. Whether something is metaphorical or literal in your
understand-
worldview, it's all feelings.
No. Do you understand? A spirit is energy.
I don't believe in spirits, and I probably don't believe in energy in the way you're using it.
Well, it's science, like you like.
Science doesn't talk about spirits.
I just seen it like 2 years ago. They was talking about they just did a study on people that was dying.
Joseph, thank you so much for the $100 on Venmo. Huge W, Joseph. That's incredible. I love the fuck out of you, Joseph. Joseph, thank you so much. I love you. Thank you so much, Joseph. I love you. Big W, Joseph, in that comment section.
They just did a study. I just seen a thing 2-3 years ago. They just talked about it. They was talking about that, how they was doing a study on people that was dying and stuff, and these different studies they was doing, and they came with this conclusion about this energy and all this stuff, and I was just like, okay, now they want to believe in something.
That's
that
not
they-
real.
Debunking.
That's not real.
Okay, I guess so. You could choose what's real and what's not real. That's what.
Yeah,
you
just based on evidence. Yeah, I figure out what's real and what's not real based on evidence. You figure out what's real and what's not real based on vibes. That's the difference.
Not really, because really you just giving me basically what you choose. You're not really proving nothing to me. You just giving me. What
which part of my worldview do you want proof for?
You giving me no. I'm not asking for nothing.
I can give you proof for literally any part of my worldview, whereas all you can give me is, well, the vibes of this passage are metaphorical. The vibes of this passage are literal.
No, but you asking me for something particular.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, if given any verse of the Bible, how do you know whether it's metaphorical or literal? And honestly, I already got my answer. It's vibes. You go based on vibes.
No,
you just vibe your way through
No,
it.
that's how you look at it.
That's literally how you look at it. No, you.
Because there's nobody on this earth, not even a scientist, couldn't even debunk that a spirit does not exist.
It's because you can't prove a negative, obviously. There's just no evidence that spirits do exist. Science isn't in the field of disproving the existence of metaphysical entities.
I just told you that 2-3 years ago they just started talking about that.
No, they didn't. Wait, which book is this?
I guess I was just looking at.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Wait, what book is this? Do you even remember the name of this book, or is this another one that you left in your pants pocket?
No, it wasn't a book I was reading. I was looking at it on TV. The whole science thing.
Yeah, so I can just tell you right now. Wait, so what field of science would spirits fall under?
It don't fall under no.
Gotcha. So if it doesn't fall under a spirit of science, then it's not, or a field of science, then it's not science.
No, that ain't what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. What I was saying was they were studying people. They were studying like certain things. Because I'm not a scientist, but they were studying certain things of people who have died. So they was kind of trying to figure out if that spirit stuff was real, like what people was talking about. Because they used to always do.
Wait, are you talking about the 20? You lose like 20 grams when you die?
I don't know about. Was it that?
The 21 grams. I'll read you an excerpt. McDougall's experiment has been rejected by the scientific community, and he has been accused of both flawed methods and outright fraud in obtaining his results.
Yeah, no, I wasn't talking about him though. I don't know nothing about him.
Oh, gotcha. Wait, so who were you talking about?
it was a big. It wasn't him. It was a damn. Because I seen it was a while. It was about 3 years ago. Because I was looking at it on YouTube because they was talking about all this other stuff, but it had to do with science. And
Yeah, gotcha. I can't speak to the YouTube video that had to do with science that totally proves the existence of
Well,
spirits.
I
Trust
mean-
me, bro.
But that's the thing. You expect me to bring up something that I done seen a while back.
Yeah, I expect you to provide evidence for the claims you make. Correct. Yeah.
Well, I'm not. Well, no, I'm not making a claim. I'm not actually.
Joe, thank you
making
so
a
much.
claim.
Appreciate it.
I'm not actually making a claim. I'm just saying what I seen. I'm not claiming that. Yeah, it's true.
You. What do you think a claim is?
Because if I see something, right? If I go outside and see something, and then 10 years later you ask me to prove what I seen, how can I do that?
Yeah, I'm not gonna ask you for what you've seen. I'm asking you for a source for the wacky claims you're making, and I honestly I feel like we're just going in circles. So do you have evidence that God exists, or do I need to move on to someone who does?
I'm telling you, this is what I want to do. So you read to me Leviticus, right? So my point was, I'm gonna read you what Leviticus say.
Yeah, let's read what Leviticus says. Let's hear it.
Okay. So it says, "Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor." This is from 25:43.
Yeah, wait. Should not rule over who?
They talking about the people that's who that was coming out of Egypt, that was servants, because God doesn't look at them as
Which verse is this?
This is in 25:43.
Oh, come on. Why are you going to do this to yourself? You're just going to make yourself look like a liar. You don't need to do this. It's not too late to run.
I'm not making myself look like a liar.
You're going to make yourself look like a liar.
How's
It's not
that?
too late to run.
How's that?
No, go ahead and read the verse and
Yeah,
you'll
I'm
find
reading
out.
that. I'm reading it.
Go ahead and read the verse and you'll find out. Read the verse.
Okay. So it says, "Thou shalt not rule over him with rigor, but shalt fear thy God." And then in 44 it says, "Both thy bondman and thy bondmaids, which thou shalt have, shall be of the heathen that are round about you. Of them shall ye buy bondmen and bondmaids. Moreover, of the children of the strangers that do sojourn among you, of them shall ye buy," you hear that word, ye buy, "and of their families that are with you, which they begot in your land, and they shall be your possession," right? So, and it says, "And ye shall take them as a inheritance." Ye shall take them as an inheritance for your children after you. And then it says, "To inherit them for possessions. They shall be your bondmen forever." Then it says, "But over your brethren, the children of Israel, ye shall not rule one over another with rigor." Then it goes on and says 47, "If sojourner or stranger wax rich by thee and by thy brother that dwelleth by him wax poor, and sell himself." You hear that? Sell himself. A slave don't sell theyself. "Himself unto the stranger or sojourner by thee, or to the stock of the stranger's family." So that lets you know that they were not slaves, because they also sold themselves to help feed their families and be servants of the people who they were working for. But in today's time, we call them employees. So
Do you beat your employees with a rod?
where in the Bible did they say that they was beating them? Unless they
That's Exodus 20 or Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
unless they was in Egypt, then yeah.
No, this
That
is
happened.
after God frees all of them, and when God is coming down to Moses to be like, "Hey Moses, what's up? Here are the ground rules." God says, "Yeah, here's the laws. You can beat them. You just can't like unalive them." So 20 through. So Exodus 21, 20 through 21. When a slave owner strikes a male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies immediately, the owner shall be punished. But if the slave survives a day or two, there is no punishment, for the slave is the owner's property. So do you beat your employees? Also, bondsman and bondsmaid are synonyms for slaves. This word, if you Google it, it's going to tell you that it's either a peasant or a slave. Peasants didn't exist because feudalism didn't exist. So it's either a peasant or a slave. It's not a peasant, so it's a slave.
They actually changed the meaning of a lot of words in here, just like rigor. Rigor in today's meaning means cold, like changing temperatures, but that ain't what it meant in the Bible.
Rigor just means intensity.
Yeah, but I looked it up. It says cold or changing temperature, but that ain't the way it was used. That ain't the way it was used in the Bible.
It's gonna be okay.
So, and it wasn't used like that in the Bible. Now, what you said, Exodus what again?
Exodus 21, 20 through 21.
Exodus 21, 20 through 21. Okay, let's see. And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall be surely punished.
Carmen, thank you so much.
So what that tell you?
Wait, read the next one. Read the next one.
Okay. It says, notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money.
His what?
That's what it said. I just read.
His money?
That's exactly what it say.
Fuck, because if it says that, then that's much worse.
No, because what it's telling you is that servant who works for you, that's your money.
There's no way it says that's crazy. It literally describes them as money. That's fucking wild. That's so much worse.
Yeah, because this is how they translated it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Wait, so in what way is somebody else's life your money?
When you a servant, if you sell yourself to somebody to feed your family, if you sell yourself to somebody to feed your family, the way that their money is because you're doing stuff on the land.
Gotcha. Can you provide me the verse that says that this is only permitted if it's for debt, for like paying off debt? What's the verse that says that? Or are you just inferring that because that's what you needed to say?
Say that again. You said
what's the verse that says that the only occasion this happened was when people were in debt, or are you just inferring that because that's what you needed to say?
I didn't say that. I didn't say the only occasion. I just read the verse to you.
Gotcha. Oh wait, so you acknowledge that it happened just because people were taken and sold as slaves?
No, a lot of them didn't. A lot of them sold their self.
Yeah, but you acknowledge that some of them were just taken and sold as slaves, and God says that you can own these people who were just taken and sold as slaves. Do you acknowledge that?
They wasn't treated as slaves back then. They were servants.
They were. Wait. But it says that you can beat them with a rod.
I just read that to you.
Yes. Wait. So do you think it's morally justifiable to own somebody as a possession and beat them with a rod? Do you think that's justifiable?
It ain't justifiable because I'm gonna read it to you again. It ain't justifiable.
Gotcha. Wait. So it's not morally justifiable to beat them with a rod. So then God said you could do something that's not morally justifiable. So God's not all good. So God is both all good and not all good. A contradiction. So God doesn't exist.
It's not a contradiction because I just read it to you and you didn't listen.
I did listen. It says that you can beat them with a rod. You just can't kill them with a rod.
No, that's what you read on your end on Google.
I think you just fundamentally lack the reading comprehension.
No. It says.
Wait, can I'm sorry, because I don't want to be here until 3 a.m. So can I just read the 2 verses? And if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. So what it's saying is that you'll be punished if you kill your slaves with by beating them too hard. But if they can recover within 2 days, if they're walking in 2 days, then there's no punishment. So you can beat them. They just need to be able to walk in 2 days.
No, you way off of what it's saying.
That is directly, literally just what it says.
Because a servant is not a slave. A servant is not a slave.
So what's a slave? Let's get definitions straight.
A slave is somebody that you take and they do things they didn't willingly want to do. So they didn't agree to do something. So you can have somebody in your house and you can punish them and beat them and
Is a child a slave?
Is a child a slave? No,
Is a child a slave?
You said is a child a slave?
Yeah, is a child a slave?
A child is not a slave, no.
Yeah, wait, but you take them to places they don't want to be, and you force them to do things they don't want to do.
Teaching, it's a difference between teaching and teaching someone.
Wait, do you want to try giving another definition of slave? Because your definition of slave includes children.
That's not. You just asked me. That ain't.
Yeah, but your definition of slave includes children. So do you want to try giving a different one?
How does it include children?
Oh, because it literally, all the descriptions you gave, you force them to go places they don't want to go and force them to do things they don't want to do. This describes
forced.
Children.
They weren't forced. They had a choice to go if they wanted to go or not.
Wait, so you're telling me, I don't know if you're a parent, I'm not a parent, but my parents certainly took me to places that I didn't want to go.
But that ain't slavery, dude. Come on now.
Oh, but under your definition, it would be slavery.
That's not slavery. No,
under your definition, it would be slavery. That's why it's not slavery, which is why your definition is bad.
Slavery. I explained to you. If you got somebody in your house and you beating them and you making them do something against their will, that is slavery.
Yeah, wait. So if you make your kid like brush their teeth and they don't want to brush their teeth, is that slavery?
No, that's not slavery.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, so clearly there's some element more to it.
It's a difference, dude. Come on now, be real.
Yeah, what's the difference?
The difference is teaching somebody something to be adult, teaching them about healthy things.
Wait, so if you don't teach your kid any lessons in life, are they your slave?
No, they're not your slave.
Gotcha. So it's not about. So even if teaching is absent, they're still not your slave. So your definition's terrible. I'll just help you out here. So a slave is a person who you own as property.
A slave is a person that you have do things against their will.
So a child is a slave.
No, a child is not a slave because.
Do you make your child do things against their will?
Can you separate teaching someone something?
Wait. So do you make your child do things against their will?
Yeah, because it's teaching them.
Gotcha.
Teaching.
A slave is someone who you make do something against their will.
No.
You do not make children do stuff, or you do make children do stuff against their will. Therefore, children are slaves. Wait. So if you had a slave, but everything that they did, they wanted to do, despite the fact that they were owned, would this person still be a slave?
Say that again.
So let's say that we have a slave, but this person like does all the stuff of their own will just because they want to, like they're owned, and their will is that they don't want to get like beaten or whatever, so they just always do like the things that they're ordered to do. Would this person suddenly not be a slave because they agreed to do all of it?
If they agreed to do something that they didn't want to do, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, well, wait, no. So they just want to do all the things that they're being commanded to do. Would this person be like they're owned as property? They are owned by somebody else, but they just do all the things that they're commanded to do. Would that person be a slave?
I kind of don't understand the question. The reason why I don't understand it because of the way you're presenting it to me.
Yeah, so what I'm demonstrating to you is that your definition is bad because it excludes some people who are slaves and includes people who are not slaves. For example, your definition excludes from slavery people who are never commanded to do things that they don't want to do, even if they are owned, and it includes children. So your definition is bad, which is why the true definition is someone you own as a possession.
Not necessarily, because if I make a choice to do something, then that's the choice I made. That don't make me a slave.
Gotcha. So if you're born into slavery, but all the things that you're commanded to do are things that you have no problem to do, then you're a slave?
Slavery is about...
Then you're not a slave?
Slavery is about... First of all, slavery is abuse. Slavery is about making a person do things against their will and abusing them in that situation.
So if you abuse your child, is your child a slave?
Yeah, if you abusing your child, because you ain't,
If you abuse your child,
you-
this is just an extremely non-standard usage of the word slave. Then, if you think it's the case that your child is your slave if you abuse
because
them,
it's a-
that everyone
I'm not-
that everyone guilty of. Wait, so why is it the case that we don't charge people for like human trafficking or like whatever the slavery charge would be every time they're convicted of child abuse?
home trafficking is slavery. It's
Yeah,
a-
wait.
it's
So why
a
do we not
form-
charge people who
it's a
people who
form
are
of
people who
slavery.
are guilty of child abuse? Do you think people who are guilty of child abuse should be like also prosecuted with like whatever the slavery charge would be?
Yeah, because that's a form of slavery.
Oh, gotcha. So you think that someone who abuses a child has a slave?
Somebody who abuses
Wait,
a
so
child?
if someone doesn't abuse their slave, is that person no longer a slave?
It depends on how that, because you got if a person is not, if a person is, you saying if a person is doing something that they want to do?
No. Just if you don't abuse them, if you don't abuse your slave, are they still a slave?
If you don't abuse your slave, no, because that term slavery slavery is about against your will. It's
Oh,
not
gotcha.
about-
Wait. So if you oh, wait. But you said that it was a form of abuse. So are you revising your definition?
No, slavery is a form of abuse, but it's still against your will.
So if there was no abuse present, then would it be slavery?
Would it be slavery if it was no abuse present?
Yeah,
It
if
can't
someone
be-
owns you, and then
it can't be slavery if you're not being abused to do something against your will. It can't be slavery.
gotcha. So if they a slave who is owned as property is not a slave if they never get like hit.
But see, you using it in different.
That's crazy. I don't know. This dude's just too stupid. Not gonna lie. But make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Starting to feel ableist. Not gonna lie. Make sure you're dropping that follow, sharing it with your friends. If you want to support the stream, Venmo's allegedly -Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Both of them are in my bio. Let's go through and read the donations. If you want to support the stream, the Venmo's allegedly -Ian. Cash App is just allegedly Ian. Appreciate any and all support. Thank you all so much. Kay, thank you so much for the $6.66 on Cash App. Hail Kay, hail 666, and a big hail Satan. I appreciate the fuck out of that, Kay. And then in terms of the Venmo, I know that there was the huge donation from Joseph. Let's get another big W, Joseph, for the $100. Excuse me, sorry, for the $100 on Venmo. Big W, Joseph. I appreciate that. If anybody else wants to support the stream, Venmo is allegedly -Ian, and the Cash App is just allegedly Ian. So if you want to, if you're in that, I think I already put the conditions, so we'll just go forward to the next one. Make sure you're sharing it with your friends, double tapping on that screen. And if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older, but it's really great. I'd love to see you there. What's up? How's it going, Phenotype?
Hey, brother. Appreciate you letting me come on here. Just
how
a quick
old are you?
question that I think is kind of interesting. I was wondering what your opinion was on near-death experiences.
Jerry, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So my opinion on near-death experiences, thank you so much, Gio, is that they're unreliable. I mean, you're quite obviously just hallucinating, which is why everyone, your hallucinations depend on your culture. It's not like someone who's like raised in Hinduism has a near-death experience with like Jesus Christ, for example. They have a near-death experience with Vishnu. So it's just going to be based on your culture. Your mind is just showing you images that you already know, which is why I think they're unreliable.
But do you think consciousness is substrate independent in the sense that once the body and mind dies, that consciousness lives on?
I don't think that there's any way to know if that's true.
Even though we have over 25,000 pieces of evidence where people come back with what's called veridical data, where when they're outside of their body, they'll observe something that's grounded in objective reality.
Yeah, wait, so how do we
reported in the
verify that this is
congenitally
what they experienced?
What's that?
How do we verify that this is what they experienced?
It's called veridical data. So they'll observe
What do you
something when
mean?
they're outside of their body.
What's
For instance,
veridical
a
data?
person that's been congenitally blind since birth saw a shoe on top of the hospital that they were being operated in and were pronounced clinically dead. And when they came back, they had a janitor go up to the top of the hospital and found the exact shoe they were describing.
Wait, and this is a newborn?
No, congenitally blind. So vertical data is just observing something that people can objectively
So when I
verify.
search for vertical data, I get nothing.
Veridical data and near-death experiences.
Veridical?
Yes.
When I search veridical data, I get nothing. Is it VERITICAL?
D. VERIDICAL.
Veridical data. Okay, gotcha. Predictability. Okay. I'm getting nothing still.
I'd be
It
happy
just
to.
talks about like data science.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a list of reports. A good doctor. Let me grab his name.
Wait, so do you have like a meta-analysis?
Yeah, I could send you a couple of them. They're
What's
published
the meta-analysis on this? Let's hear it.
Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up.
Also, I mean, again, I'm like completely agnostic to whether or not consciousness continues to exist. The only thing that I'm sure of is that God doesn't exist.
Okay. I've got a link here. The guy I would recommend checking out is a guy named.
Wait, I
Jeffrey Long.
don't want a person. I want a meta-analysis. Do you know what a meta-analysis is?
Just kind of like a synopsis.
No, it's like a study of studies.
Oh yes, that Jeffrey Long's your guy.
Oh, and what's the meta-analysis title?
Near-death experience, evidence for their reality.
Near-death
It's in PubMed
experience,
Central.
Evidence for their reality. Let's see it. Yeah, okay, wait. So, neither experience of near have been reported children or adults, while no two are identical, their characters are commonly observed. These characters include perception of seeing and hearing apart from the physical body, passing it through a tunnel, encountering mystical lights. Yeah, wait. So, first of all, this is not a meta-analysis. First things first. Second of all, what fucking journal is this published in?
I think multiple. I've got the National Library of Medicine.
Medicine? Okay, whatever. Okay, yeah, whatever. Line of evidence, organized experience, occur, has the highest level of consciousness, alertness, more alertness than normal, which is expected if you went through a near-death experience and your body is pumping with endorphins and adrenaline. Near-death experience often occur in association with cardiac arrest. Seeing ongoing events from a location apart from the physical body, a common characteristic is an out-of-body experience. Out-of-body report experiences which involve them seeing or hearing ongoing earthly events from a perspective that is apart and usually above the physical bodies following cardiac arrest. Yeah, wait, so this is just saying that they hallucinate. Is there any evidence that what they see is actually observed, and in what percent of patients is it actually observed? Because first of all, only 50% of patients even have out-of-body experiences, but what percent of these out-of-body experiences actually correspond?
That's a great question in regards to what percentage of the experiences actually are grounded in veridical data. I'd have to pull up another study for that.
There were personally investigated the accuracy based on these. Okay, wait. So the high percentage of accurate does not seem explainable by any possible physical brain, and this is corroborated by. Okay, so this is going to suffer from selection bias. That it's only going off of which percentage of people themselves actually went and investigated it. So if the people themselves didn't go and investigate it, then this is going to be not high quality. But also, I am curious about this person, Jeffrey Long, on near-death. Okay. Medical school, widely told, detailed. Yep. Okay. Yep. Foundation maintained. So okay, gotcha. Okay. Boop. Okay, the afterlife. Wait, so his book is a philosophy book. So, do you know what? Are you familiar with what this dude's like medical doctor is in?
No, I'm not. This is just one of the researchers that pulled offhand.
Yeah, so he has no expertise in this field of study.
What field are you referring to?
Of like near-death experiences.
What field would you classify that as?
What field would I classify that as? Golly, probably like biology. Or maybe like psychology or like neuroscience.
Yeah, I think it has tinges of neuroscience, maybe.
And he's he does like chemotherapy is his expertise. So chemotherapy probably doesn't have very much to do with the thing that he's publishing studies on, and he's dedicated his entire life to near-death experiences.
Would you consider yourself a theologian?
No expertise on it.
Would you consider yourself a theologian?
I'm not publishing papers, and also I don't think that you need like an expertise to write like a philosophy paper. All you need to be able to do is like make arguments. But if you want to hear about my expertise in making arguments, I was ranked third in the nation in debate. So I feel
totally
very qualified to do debate.
I totally agree with you. I don't think necessarily to be a prominent researcher you have to have a degree.
No, because in medical research you do, but in philosophical research I think it's different because all you need to do is make arguments.
I think that's what's being made as an argument. That
No,
it is
you're
possible
collecting
that consciousness
data.
is substrate independent.
No, he's collecting data about a field he has no expertise in.
But you just said that's not contingent.
Oh, no. So if you're writing a philosophy paper, I think that it's like sometimes fine. It's usually going to be fine because all that matters is that like the quality of your argument. Whereas when you're doing like a medical study, actually your medical expertise matters quite a bit. I mean, would you let like a fucking biologist operate on you?
This isn't a life or death situation.
Oh, I'm just asking, would you let a biologist operate on you? Yes or no?
It depends on
why
the
not?
situation. I would
Gotcha.
say if I'm in a life
So
or
would
death
you-
situation and I had to choose between a biologist and a factory worker, I'd probably choose the biologist.
Yeah. But if you if you had to choose between like a biologist and like a surgeon, is it going to be? Are you going to stop and think about it? Are you going to
It
think
also
that maybe the
depends what the
biologist
surgeon's
has like some
interests are.
credence?
And it depends whether it was a competent surgeon.
Yeah. So in what scenario would you be choosing the biologist over the surgeon when you need surgery?
In some.
Yeah. What scenario would make you choose the biologist over the surgeon when you need surgery?
In some. In some of the scenarios.
Yeah. What would
Are
make
you asking
choose
me to
those?
render a scenario? I don't. see
Yeah.
what I
Give me a
choose.
scenario where you would choose the biologist over the surgeon.
Oh, okay. If the surgeon actually had a secret motive to kill me.
Gotcha. Could you give me like a realistic scenario?
Yeah. If the surgeon hated me.
Do you encounter lots of surgeons that hate you?
You just told me to give you a scenario. I'm not going to do a
I said a
research
realistic
report on
one.
it.
Like a realistic scenario.
Well, who defines realistic?
Things that are plausible.
By
To me, it
whose
seems
opinion?
deeply implausible that like a surgeon would hate you and then kill you in surgery.
No, I think that's very
what do we?
realistic.
Well, I have no idea what you're asking for. I'm just not sure. I couldn't possibly say. Do you think that that's like a good look for you?
I'm not concerned about my appearance.
Oh, well, you should be because you look incredibly bad faith right now.
Is that a personal attack?
It's not. It's just a personal fact. It's just an observation. You look incredibly bad faith when you can't give the very straight answer to who would you rather have operate on you, a biologist or a surgeon?
I said it varies, but based on the situation. You're
Gotcha.
trying to corner me. You're trying to corner me and pull out a gotcha. I'm not going to fall into that trap.
Yeah. Instead, you're going to avoid that trap by saying, well, actually, in a case where I need surgery to survive, I would much prefer the biologist to the surgeon. In a good number of cases,
Okay,
these
let me
cases being,
pivot the conversation,
if the
because I don't think this is-
surgeon hated me, I would want
Sure.
the biologist to operate on me instead of the surgeon. So in these cases, I would much prefer the surgeon or the biologist to give me surgery than the surgeon.
Absolutely. You asked for a case, I gave it to you.
Yeah, that
in
just doesn't
terms
seem
of
very
probabilities,
plausible.
I'd have to write a paper on.
Yeah, that's
and
just
research
not
that.
very
But
plausible.
hold on, I don't want to devolve into this. My intention with this conversation, I thought it was kind of interesting, like these near death experiences. I guess my additional question with that is, you said you're agnostic about consciousness.
Yep. I don't think anybody's in a position to know what happens after we're no longer alive.
Couldn't we say the same thing about God? I mean, I feel like if there is an entity that is hyper intelligent outside of time, matter, space, and energy, and we're grounded in linear time, and we have a very small context window, and the only thing we really see is figments of this far greater thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't it make sense that the conclusions that we come to about God are going to be incomplete?
No, because if God is not logical, then God is illogical. God would be logically contradictory, and logical contradictions simply don't exist. I can give you a really straightforward one. Do you think God knows everything?
It depends how you define knowledge.
A true belief that was arrived at through your true belief gathering processes.
I think my knowledge of something being true is asymptotically limited by time.
Gotcha. Wait, can you tell me what definition I just gave you because you weren't listening?
You said something that I believe is true based on my beliefs.
That's not what I said at all. You weren't listening.
What did I
I'll give it
just
to you
say?
again. That
What
is
did I
not what I
just say?
said.
What did I say?
Wait. Bet me $200 right now that that's
What
not
did
what
I
I
say?
said. Wait,
What did I
bet me
say?
$200. Wait, because you said that
What
is
did I
what I
say?
said.
Look,
you,
Ian,
wait.
I know
I'm
these
so
are
sorry.
your
Wait, I'm so
debate
sorry.
games.
I'm so sorry. You said. Wait,
I'll
I'm
turn
so
it
sorry.
right back on you.
I'm
What
so
did I
sorry.
say?
You said that that's not what I said. Bet me $200
No.
right now.
What did I say? What was my definition of
Which
knowledge?
wait. I asked you to summarize back to me what my definition was. You never.
And I'm
gave a
asking the same
definition.
thing for you. I
Wait.
apologize
You
that
never gave a
my-
definition. You wrongly summarized back to me, just like a true belief that you actually believe was like
I
a rough
apologize,
approximation
Ian,
of
that
your
your
summary.
definition-
So that's fine.
I
That's fine. I
recited
can
your
just
definition
give
wrong,
you.
but if you
wait.
can't do the same for me, why would-
Phenotype. Do you want to hear the definition so maybe actually you can engage with it?
You asked. Look, I'll recite.
I actually
I'll
never
recite
asked
the
you for a
causal
definition
chain
of
our
knowledge.
conversation.
I actually never asked
You
you for a
asked me for
definition
my
of knowledge.
definition.
I just think you're a bit confused, but I'll give it to you again. So my definition of knowledge is just a true belief that's arrived at via your true belief gathering mechanisms.
I think that's good, but that's still asymptotic because you only have a certain amount of time to acquire that knowledge.
Wait, so, and how do you think that answers the question, does God know everything?
You asked me that question.
Yeah, does God know everything? Yes or no?
Yes, I think he does.
Perfect. So I'm glad that we got there. So here's the proof that he doesn't know everything. If he knows
Is this
everything,
based on your knowledge?
This is based on logic, fundamental logic.
So
Keep
your
up.
knowledge of logic?
Fundamental logic. Keep up. The
Your
things
knowledge
that
of
actually
logic?
exist in reality. The things
Fine.
that exist in reality are self-congruent. If they are self-incongruent, then they do not exist in reality because being and existence in itself has a fundamental essence of congruence. So
First of all,
the
I
reason
believe in
why
the laws
God
of
can't
logic.
possibly
I think they're very
exist
useful.
is because there are propositions that he can't possibly know, true propositions that he can't know. For example, if I say God does not know this proposition, that would be a true proposition. It's true that God does not know this proposition. Otherwise, God does know that proposition. In which case, it would be a false proposition. In which case, God would know false things. So either there's something God doesn't know and he's not omniscient, or God knows false things and he's not omniscient.
I love the laws of logic, and I think they're really useful. Where do
Can you
think they
summarize
come
my
from?
argument back to me?
I will agree that I have a human brain. My short-term memory, by Miller's law, limits my ability to remember 7 plus 1 or 2 things at any given moment. So I've already offloaded most of that context, but I think you've provided. I think the laws of logic are a great way to build our understanding, even though it's very hard
Could you
for us to
summarize
understand.
any part of my argument?
The laws of logic?
No. Do you think all that came out of my mouth was the laws of logic?
Well, what did I have to say about knowledge?
About knowledge?
Yeah.
Wait,
what was my
first
definition
of all,
knowledge? You haven't still.
Yeah.
remembered
Well,
anything I said.
first of all, you must have a very short-term memory because you don't even fucking remember that I already answered this. Second of all, what you said about knowledge
Okay,
happened
I'll
probably
ask
like
the
5
same
minutes
question.
ago. As the asking you to respond to my argument or to even summarize my argument back to me happened immediately after you were 3 words in to responding to my argument, which means that if you know my argument, if you're responding to it, then you must know it. So I was just basically
I don't
asking
claim to
you
know your argument.
summarize.
I will
Okay,
claim
gotcha.
every-
Wait, do you want
I'll
my?
claim I'm trying
Would
to
you? Are
interpret
you?
your
Wait,
argument.
phenotype. Do you want my argument again?
I'd actually like to ask you another question.
Wait, because I just gave you an argument that God doesn't exist. So do you want my argument again, or do you want to provide the refutation?
I'll ask another.
Wait.
That's
I'm so sorry. That's not one of your options. That's not. Do you want to hear the argument again, or do you want to provide the refutation?
Am I allowed to ask you a question to understand it better?
Yeah, go for it.
Where do the laws of logic come from?
No shot. No shot. You're pivoting to tag. No shot. Are you serious? You wait. So you couldn't engage. Not you weren't even listening to the argument, which is like so typical for presuppositionists, by the way. That the argument itself doesn't even fucking matter because you already know that you're gonna run tag and act like nonchalant about it. But then you're pivoting to tag. So no, give the refutation.
Could you answer my question?
Can you answer my question? What's the refutation to the argument?
I haven't composed a refutation. I don't.
You don't even know the
things in
argument.
there
So
I
I'm going to give
disagree
you the
with.
argument again, and you can try again. So the argument is just that there is. It is either going to be the case that God doesn't know a proposition, or that God knows false propositions. Let's take this proposition. God does not know this proposition. That's the proposition. God does not know this proposition. If God knows that proposition, then it's false. But if God does not know that proposition, then he is not all-knowing. So either God is not all-knowing and he doesn't exist because he would be both all-knowing and not all-knowing, or God does know this false proposition, in which case he would not exist because he is not omniscient and also would be omniscient. So either way, we arrive at a contradiction in his omniscience.
Yeah, that we've created. I think even the laws of logic are limited.
Can you give a refutation to my argument?
Let me think for a second. I think you've risen a pretty interesting argument. It's compelling because I appreciate that you're using the laws of logic. I think a lot of arguments, it's hard to construct a solid viewpoint on something if it's not based on logic. But to be honest with you, I think I would have to really study that. Coming off the hip here would not do it justice. But I think the main point of what I've been trying to say, and I don't even know if this is a refutation, to be honest with you, but even our understanding of what the laws of logic are contingent on the words that are used in the logic, and our understanding of those words that are used in the logic, they're assumptions. And so, yes, the laws of logic are good to build a coherent framework and abstraction. They're only very limitedly attached to fundamental reality by their knowledge of them. And so,
could you summarize my argument?
I already responded. Can you summarize it though, or were you not listening for a second time? Well, you said something about God knows. It had to do with presuppositions, but really, it would be like trying to recite somebody's debate argument.
The word presupposition didn't come out of my mouth a single time. Good try.
Well, I wrote it down here, actually, as you were speaking, and you did say that.
I didn't say presupposition.
Or did you say supposition?
I said proposition.
Proposition. It must be the audio coming through here on TikTok. That's the thing with latency and talking to humans. I mean, you probably have a very interesting perspective in your head. As soon as you encode that into language and try to share it with me, some of that information is lost. So I apologize. That's just
that's fine. But typically, it's like a little bit weird that you would lose all of the information, and then what you ask is not, "Hey, I didn't get any of that. Can you go through that again?" What you say is, "Well, that's really interesting. I'll have to pontificate that at a later temporal time. I'll need to examine that." But what I really think is quite intriguing is the laws of logic, that we've constructed this argument with the laws of logic. Like, does anyone fall for this?
I'm not trying to sway opinion. I was actually complimenting you.
Oh, that's fine, but I just don't. It's weird and it's disingenuous to say that you're gonna think about it later when you caught literally zero part of the argument.
No, I'm not trying to be disingenuous. I would be happy to look into it and provide a compelling response to that. I like shooting off hip.
Do you acknowledge that if the argument is true, then that God doesn't exist? That if all the premises that I've laid out are true, then God doesn't exist?
Absolutely. If my understanding could be perfect of the words that are used in the laws of logic, absolutely. But my understanding of those words can't be perfect because they're abstractions.
Wait, and I'm so sorry. What's the Okay, wait, I'm so sorry. I was just reading something. So, and what's the relevance? Like, I'm just confused how saying like it's like these are abstractions helps the point in any way.
Because abstractions are a limited representation of the objective object that they're trying to represent. They're a low encoded representation. They're not the full essence of what is being captured. It's like you can describe the color red, but in order to truly understand the color red, you'd have to also describe, well, what isn't red and what actually makes red and what is the true nature of red. We can only build our understanding through associations, and so it's not exact. It's once again asymptotic. It's approaching approaching accuracy, but never fully understanding it completely.
No, you don't. You don't need to know any of the philosophy. You can engage with logic without grounding logic. You can add 2 + 2 = 4 without taking a position on whether like mathematical realism is true.
Yes.
You don't need to decide whether like
Absolutely.
abstract objects actually exist in order
Absolutely.
to have these like basic. Like
But that exists-
I wholeheartedly reject that.
But that exists in an abstract space. If you try to represent an actual reality, you can't perfectly do that.
Yeah, wait, so you can just say that it's embodied, that it's like an embodiment of the forms or whatever.
Yeah, but you can't have a perfect embodiment. That's why we abstract.
Yeah, sure, but one exists as an abstract object, and you don't even need to know that one exists as an abstract object. As opposed, like you don't need to take a position on whether like Platonism about mathematics is true or like nominalism about mathematics is true. You don't need to take a position on any of this to add 2 + 2 = 4.
Right,
You don't need to
because
take a position on like
we
where
recognize that
logic
it's
comes
not
from
possible.
in order to say that contradictions don't exist in reality.
Absolutely. And at that point, I will agree with you. Like, it's not even useful. I recognize it's like Gödel's incompleteness theorem. You can't describe the system from within itself completely. We are within the system, so it's impossible for us to describe it completely. The only way to describe it completely would be if we were on the outside of it. It's like a Klein bottle as well. You can't orient yourself if you're on the surface of the Klein bottle. You have to be on a perspective oriented on the outside of the Klein bottle to tell what is northeast, southwest, inside, and outside.
So are you saying that God exists outside of logic?
I think it's possible that logic is a close representation of God. Yeah, of his intelligence, yes.
So does God exist outside of logic?
Is that an ontological question?
Like a metaphysical question, I guess?
You know, the ontology, like, do you mean is he not contingent on it?
Because so ontology just refers to being. Metaphysics
nature of being.
refers to like being, and then other stuff. It's like relational. So I'm just asking, relational to is God confined by logic? Does God
No.
do things that are not logical, or does he have the power to do things that are illogical?
Does he have the power to do things that are illogical? That's a good question. Does he have the power to do things that are? I would say yes, but I feel like I couldn't provide a proper explanation for that because I feel, like I said earlier, I think the laws of logic are a almost lower representation of maybe even a higher form of intelligence or logic that would come from outside the object, like I said, something that is not asymptotically limited. Although we can't know that or describe that because we are embedded within linear time, within physical matter. But I don't think we would even be talking about logic on that point. It would be so abstract and foreign. I don't even think it's useful to try and describe it.
Can God make a rock that's so heavy he can't lift it?
That's that's a language question. So are you talking about if God was incarnated and a human and was constrained to the laws of physics and had muscles? I think you're misplaying.
Oh, I'm sorry.
the words
So
there.
could God make like a square circle?
I think you could create the illusion that a square looks like a circle by.
Could you make like a literal square circle?
I don't think. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I don't think God exists. That's going to be my answer to anything about God. Is I reject the presupposition that God exists.
Why do you exist then? Do you think it's random?
Well, I think I came from a long chain of evolution.
But it's random, right?
Depending on how you catch those words out. Yeah, like there's randomness. There's elements of randomness led to me being here. So did elements of like determinism. It's both.
So what is randomness?
Randomness is just when it doesn't conform to a deterministic pattern. It's when it's indeterminate.
So you believe in determinism and indeterminism. So compatibilism?
Yeah, I believe in both. No. I guess I just like reject that free will exists. That all the causes are either going to be deterministic or they're going to be indeterministic. Either way, you don't have free will.
So they both exist. It's compatible. They both can exist in some way.
Because compatibilism is between determinism and free will. Indeterminism is not free will.
How do they both exist then?
Because some things are deterministic and other things are indeterministic.
Okay.
So like the wave function collapse is indeterministic. It is literally random whether an electron has an upspin or a downspin.
Well, it's random to our perspective because we're limited.
It is the leading scientific hypotheses, the leading scientific theories on the matter is that it is literally random. It's called the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum
Absolutely,
mechanics.
I'm familiar with it. But that was composed by a human, right? And I think we can both agree that a human's intelligence is limited and confined to biological compute, their context window, their perspective, their amount of linear time they have to actually research this. I mean, do you think we will learn more if we create a super intelligence? Do you think we'll learn more about how that actually works? Or do you think that's the pinnacle of our understanding?
We'll learn more. However, things can still be chancy.
I believe in chance.
Just doesn't make any sense.
I believe in chance, but I believe randomness, possibly. I'm not certain about this, but I think it's possible that randomness is the lack of understanding.
Randomness is I wholeheartedly reject this. Randomness, that's just not how the word is defined. Like, it's not random for, I don't know, like a glass plate to fall from the sky. That's not random. It's unexplained, but it's not random.
Yes, we don't understand it.
Yeah, maybe I can just pull up a definition even, because I think that, well, first of all, it's the opposite of your point. So, okay. Made, done, happening, or chosen without method or conscious decision. An unknown. Okay, wait. Yeah. No, that's fine. Oh, okay, wait. So I think this is going to be a better one. Apparent or actual lack of definite pattern or predictability in information. So that when there's no predictability in the pattern, that's when it's considered random.
Right. Lack of understanding. Doesn't mean it's not possible to potentially understand it, but it's currently...
So what I'm referring to specifically when I describe randomness is ones that have no explanation, that these things are fundamentally random, that it's not like when we learn more about it later, we'll learn more. That's not what the Copenhagen interpretation claims. And if you're familiar with it, you should know that. The Copenhagen
I'm also familiar with the Newtonian model as well.
Wait. Can you summarize the Copenhagen interpretation to us if you're familiar with it?
Well, which one?
Of quantum mechanics.
Well, I can't recite the whole Copenhagen interpretation.
Just a general summary of it, please. I mean, you did say that you're familiar with it, so can you just give a summary of it?
Which one?
The Copenhagen interpretation.
Well, there's multiple interpretations.
The Copenhagen interpretation, the Copenhagen one.
Maybe it would be better if you pulled up, and so we can
you
go
have
with
no
the
fucking
definition
idea what the Copenhagen interpretation is, do you?
What's that?
You have no fucking idea what it is, do you?
I do.
Yeah, then summarize it.
Well,
you can just, if you don't know something, you can just say you don't know it. It's okay.
No, I have no problem. The first time I heard about it was when it was with the Big Bang, and they were trying to figure out. I'm kind of in the sphere here between the Einstein-Rosen-Podolsky paradox, where they're talking about travel faster than light travel, and then that interpretation disproved it because they're like, wait, what if we could make things travel faster than light? But I need to remember which interpretation there. I'd probably mess it up.
Okay, so how did you make claims about the Copenhagen interpretation when you can't give me a single fact about it?
I didn't make a claim. I said I was familiar with it.
Well, so first of all, you said that you're familiar with it, and you said, well, no, they're going to learn more later. Those were your claims.
I think those are both true.
Are you familiar? Wait. Those are true. Prove it.
That we will learn more later?
No, that you'll learn more. That specifically what will be learned later will disprove that there was any randomness there to begin with.
Oh, I would say there's a probability. Absolutely. Just through pattern of evolution of our understanding.
Okay, so you would just disagree with the majority of physicists?
That they don't learn?
That there is fundamentally chancy elements that will not be explained by anything else. This is the
Yes,
majority
I
of
will
physicists.
agree that
you
there are some
disagree with
things
the
that-
majority of physicists on physics.
I will say it's possible that throughout the continuity of humans' existence, it is possible that there's some things that we fundamentally don't figure out.
Wait, so just to be clear, you disagree with the majority of physicists on physics.
I would think some physicists would agree that there might be things we will still learn about physics.
Yeah.
and
So
quantum physics.
the other physicists, interestingly enough, what the other physicists have to say is that there are chancy elements just in different places. That there's fundamentally still going to be something that is unexplained, foundationally unexplained.
Yes, I agree with that. I said
There is a
incompleteness
probabilistic
theorem.
element. No matter what your interpretation is, they all
Yes, I've already
contain
said I agree with
probabilistic
you here.
elements.
I already said I agree with you.
Oh,
Gödel's
gotcha. Wait,
incompleteness
so then why are you asking me about an indeterminate thing if you agree that indeterminate things exist?
I never said I don't agree with that.
Then why are you asking me about them?
I asked you what your definition of randomness was.
Yeah, just something that lacks pattern.
Okay. I agree with that as well.
So then why are you asking me about it?
Well, we were talking about God.
Yeah, and then you conceded that you had no response to the argument, and then you led us in this direction. So do you have anything else?
One other question.
Yeah.
This is a very simple one. I'm curious what your perspective is on this. Are you, do you believe that the universe had a beginning, or are you infinite regress?
Infinite regress.
Okay. What makes you believe in that?
The quantum eternity theorem.
So is that compatible with the Big Bang?
Yes. Because the Big Bang just states that our space-time manifold rapidly expanded. Doesn't make any claim as to where the space-time manifold came from in the first place.
Okay, got it. And then and I'm once again agnostic here. Does that mean so it's eventually going to collapse back into?
That's indicated by the dark energy. So the expansion of space-time is driven by dark energy expanding space-time. It's going to collapse. Given by the fact that dark energy is getting weaker over time. But I would hold to the model that the universe goes through infinite cycles of rapid expansions and rapid contractions. That the space-time manifold that we reside on rapidly expands and then rapidly contracts and then rapidly expands and then rapidly contracts.
Got it. And is that why the universe is moving faster?
Yeah, just that the expansion moves faster than the speed of light.
And then it's eventually going to slow down and then collapse back on itself?
Yep. The thing that drives expansion is dark energy. Dark energy is getting weaker.
Alrighty. That's it. I took up a lot of time, Ian.
Nope,
appreciate
you're
talking to you,
chilling.
brother. Take care.
Yeah, appreciate you coming on up here. All right. Make sure you're double tapping on that screen, sharing it with your friends. Let's check out what's going on over here. Okay. Make sure you're dropping that follow as well if you never want to miss a single live in the future. Someone said, I don't know if this is true and verified, but someone said, let me just check it out. Let me check it out. Yeah, whatever. I'm probably going to end stream, so make sure you're dropping that follow. But if you want to join the community, there's a link to the Discord in my bio. I would truly love to see all of you there. We talk about politics, religion, philosophy. If you want to learn more about debate, you want to learn more about philosophy, you want to learn more about anything, we have 1,500 members. It's a great place. I'd love to see you there. We do reading clubs. If you want to get into philosophy, but you don't know how, don't know where to start. If you like the way that I debate and you want to learn more, there is a link to the Discord in my bio. Only join if you're 18 or older. We do reading groups every Saturday at 7 p.m. We're finishing a reading that we started last week, so you're still welcome to join. It's only 20 pages. Someone said that Dean's live, but I don't see that Dean is live. So if somebody knows, you can raid someone. You can raid my Discord, dickhead. I'm kidding. That was mean. I'm kidding. Yeah, you can raid Truly Cosmic Beauty. Truly Cosmic B is the tag. But seriously, join the Discord if you're 18 or older. It's great. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic. Join the Discord. If you don't join the Discord, I'll kill myself. But I love all of you, and I'll see you all tomorrow. All right, bye-bye. Love all of you. Thank you all so much for coming on out, and I'll see you all tomorrow.